Just gotta wait a little bit for some more people to come in. This thing is really useful if you don't want to be staggered when you're hit. Basically, you drink this, and although you can move slower in terms of you can only walk instead of run, if someone hits you, your hunter doesn't react to it. You still get damaged, but wait. Did I really have that much insight? I kind of want to keep my insight a little low. It's at 12 now, which isn't so bad. We have somewhere else we can go besides the Nightmare Frontier, besides Canehurst, and that's the Upper Cathedral Ward. Besides the Nightmare. I will say though that the Upper Cathedral Ward has probably some of the most disturbing content in the game. And while I don't mind giving people that warning, I'd kind of feel weird having that be like the opening thing on the stream. Like, hey guys, look at these abominations of the flesh. So I may start easy and just do some Chalice Dungeon stuff and then give people a heads up. Hey, Pika. Hey now. I was just saying that we have another place we can go to, which is the Upper Cathedral Ward, but the Upper Cathedral Ward's probably the most disturbing part of the game in terms of body horror and content, so I didn't want to dive right in there right away. And so I was just going to start the stream with some Chalice dungeons just to make it easy for us, and then we can give Logarius another go, the Grim Tumper, and then we can try Nightmare Frontier because we still have a lot to do there. My life's good, thank you for asking. I was talking to my social worker, and she's going to temporarily close my case since she primarily deals with she primarily deals with helping people get jobs or going back to school, and I'm going to see if I can get on disability in terms of financial assistance. So I have to look into getting my paperwork together for that, and it's intimidating because I do expect to be rejected, but that I'll have my therapist and my psychiatrist working with me. I'll have the social worker being able to put in some paperwork and documents to defend me. Oh, yeah, he killed me in one hit. So this is what I was doing today. I was just doing some research on disability. Yeah, this guy, this is a very late game Chalice. So he did, I want to say, he probably did like 500 damage with that hit. Over 500, because I have almost 1,000 hit points. But yeah, guys, as I was saying, we can go to the Upper Cathedral Ward. The Upper Cathedral Ward is really disturbing in terms of body horror and content. So I would advise you to get eating out of the way, and I'm not going to go over there right away, because we could still finish up Canehurst, we could still go to the Nightmare Frontier. So, yeah. Yeah, 500 damage. Yeah, probably over 500, honestly. Just to give you guys an idea of what, how much health Bloodborne bosses typically have. Martyr Logarius has, let's see. I'm looking it up now. Martyr Logarius has 9,081 HP. In New Game Plus, he has 17,144 HP. When I get into the DLC, the first boss in this DLC, he has 16,658 hit points. The final boss of the DLC has 19,217 hit points. So, yeah, the bosses in this game have really high health, and Kitty, no! But I've been upgrading. I was also doing a lot of grinding off camera for a couple hours. So I'm at level 78 now. My greatsword does 475 base damage. My Kirk hammer has arcane damage, and then my Saw Cleaver also does lightning damage, so it's a little lower, but this is primarily our weapon until we get the Moonlight Greatsword. Hey, Danny! So I think what we're going to do is we're going to try Logarius. And I will definitely be summoning help for that, because he's tough. He's very, very tough. And I have no problem summoning help for him. When you think of food, human, Pika, what's the first food thing that pops into your brain? Like, do like subliminal... Not subliminal, what is it called? Word association. Like, I say food, and your brain just doesn't think burger, doesn't think pizza, doesn't think salad, chicken. Okay, see if you can order something with chicken in it. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. And I'm going into the city on Thursday. Like Thursday, late afternoon, probably early evening. I have to double check train schedules because the LIRR constantly has delays. They're constantly doing construction. So it's like this running joke in New York that the one public transportation that we have that is the most reliable is often the most inconvenient. And that goes for like Brooklyn and Manhattan as well. Oh, I almost died. Oh, I almost died. And then I'm going to be gone till about probably Saturday afternoon. Yeah, Saturday afternoon. I'll probably get in maybe Saturday late afternoon, early evening. And I'm hoping that Soraya will stream for you guys to keep you company and all that stuff. Also because I think she would have a lot of fun. She may do the Evil Within, I think she was saying, so... yeah. And that one has Persona 5 vibes, because it involves three detectives going into a strange nightmare realm that involves the blending of minds and cognition and trauma and perception. It involves... oh wow, that was fast. It involves mad scientists performing these experiments in the name of pseudoscience and therapy. Gigi! Hey, Gigi. It's a fantastic game, it really is. And she knows so much about it. So I'm really hoping that that's what she streams, because I think you guys would really enjoy it. She's fantastic at that game. And she's written hundreds of thousands of words about the lore, about the character analysis, about the plot. Alright, I'm gonna have to focus now, guys. Yeah, thought I could damage him. Alas. Oh, no, 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 no. This guy's basically almost dead. Oh! Oh! No! Ah! Oh, thank thank you, Gigi! Oh, thank you, Gigi! Oh, thank you. Oh, Gigi, you're a real one. This guy is Martyr Logarius. One of the characters we met early on, Alfred, who's an executioner, who is not a regular hunter like us. He is part of the executioner fold, where they hunt the Vile Bloods. We are at Canehurst Castle, where the Vile Bloods are located. This is their home. This is their base of operations. Martyr Logarius, and we're going to find this out soon, Martyr Logarius led a charge into Castle Canehurst at the behest of the Healing Church to destroy every single Vile Blood that they found, because the Vile Bloods are enemies of the Church, and Vile Bloods are also up to some weird, terrible shit. So they killed everyone here. That's why there's those shrieking ghost ladies down below. That's why there's nobody here. That's why there's only really monsters that are left here. And that's why the few residents that remain who aren't ghosts have transformed, hi kitty cat, have transformed into these horrible leech-like ticks. Because the blood that they were consuming and what they did to the blood turned them into essentially insects. Logarius here was protecting something. This is an incredibly far out of the way, almost like throne room prison, and he was guarding it. That's why he was on that little throne. He was essentially frozen to it, and then slowly rose up and fought us. While he's undead and he's got a bunch of screaming skulls and horrible dark arcane power, and he's using those abilities to try to keep us away from whatever it is that's inside. You'll see very, very, very shortly. And he dropped something special. He was wearing this crown on his head. One of the precious secrets of Canehurst. The old king's crown is said to reveal illusions and expose a mirage that hides a secret. And so Logarius donned the crown of his own volition, determined to prevent a single soul from stumbling upon the vile secret. What visions did he see, sitting serenely upon his new throne? The King of Canehurst wore this crown so that only he would know the way to get to this throne room prison. He did have a queen, and the Vile Bloods loyally served their queen and brought their special blood back here for her. And since they were enemies of the Church, and the Healing Church sent executioners after them, the king decided to hide the queen as well as he could. And because of that, now we have Logarius, when he killed him, took the crown so that he would know the way to the queen and he would guard the way to her. And because of that, hey Kay, I only just started. We beat Logarius. Akechi is going to put on the Crown of Illusions and see what's what. The illusion is now broken, and we see that what looked like just a regular wall, basically, is now this incredibly opulent, almost mausoleum-like chamber. And yeah, he's now truly the detective prince. So let's go see what's inside.
I claim no subjects. But here lieth our throne. Kneel before us, or get thee gone.
This is the queen. This is the queen of the Vile Bloods, and you see the blood splattered along here, which is her king was killed, and she was kept on the throne, and she's wearing a mask too. She's wearing this. She has a beautiful dress, by the way. I love her outfit, but her mask goes all the way around and is kind of laced in the back. It's hard to see, but it prevents her from just looking at or seeing anybody properly, or looking someone in the eye. So let's light this lantern. And she said, kneel before us or get thee gone. She gives us a very clear ultimatum. We can show respect, or we can fuck off. And Akechi, just out of curiosity, he'd want to see what she says.
Such impudence. Defiled are we, yet still queen. We shall not give audience to an ill-mannered beast.
She says she's defiled, which refers not just to her being a prisoner here, but to the mask, to what's been done to her people, what's been done to her life. She is the only remaining Vile Blood. She's the only one. Technically. There is Ariana, whose blood is incredibly similar to the Vile Bloods, and who's wearing the same dress of the nobles of Cainhurst, so it's suggested that she was taken away from the castle and brought to Yharnam. Eileen is hunting a blood-drunk hunter that seems to have a lot of Cainhurst tech and items. So, but she's really the only one that's left. You'll see in a second, Kaylee.
Visitor. Moon-scented hunter. I am Annalise, Queen of Castle Cainhurst. Ruler of the Vile Bloods, and sworn enemy of the Church. Yet our people are murdered, and we are prisoner to this wretched mask. What is it thou art in search of?
We can swear an oath to join her. Now this is a covenant. We're just like how we're in the League of Confederates, where we help people in co-op. The Vile Bloods are when you want to invade people and be their enemy and fight them. So, just for the sake of showing you guys what it's like and what she says, we're going to swear an oath to her.
Well, well. An odd hunter thou art indeed. We've tired of these piteous nights. Share in our plight, and take oath against the Church. If thou wouldst this path walk, I prithee, partake of my rotted blood.
You can refuse. Which I don't actually know what she says when you refuse, but that won't actually block you out of joining. So Akechi's just like, you want me to drink rotted blood? That's kind of fucking gross.
A wise choice. There is no more to be said. Away from mine gaze.
What I like about that is she starts off by calling us a moon-scented hunter, which we've been compared to the moon before. The second Yosefka said that we have moonlit scents. We are trapped and bound to a strange, dreamlike realm where the moon is constantly present. The moon, the red moon, descended after we beat Rom and had a strange pull on our body. So we're connected to the moon, and the smell of our blood smells like moon dust. And she can recognize that. And when she says, "We tire of these piteous nights," she doesn't necessarily... She means her imprisonment, yes, and the fact that she's wearing a mask and can never see light. But she's also referring to the night of the hunt. And that's why she's a sworn enemy of the church. That's why the Vile Bloods exist. To find an alternative non-healing church solution to getting rid of this. And they're looking back specifically to previous generations that had the beast plague, to secrets of blood rituals and what they can do to beckon the Great Ones or to create new forms of life through blood. So Akechi isn't really impressed with what he's seen of the church so far. So he's gonna swear this oath.
Well, well. An odd hunter thou art indeed. We've tired of these piteous nights. Share in our plight.
Yeah, he thinks Eileen's great.
And take oath against the church. If thou wouldst this path walk,
When he meets Ludwig, he'll be impressed by him.
partake of
Lady
my
Maria.
tainted blood. Very well. Drink deep of our blood. Feel the spreading corruption burn. Now, thou art too a vile blood. We two, the very last on this earth.
So she's given... Well, the game is called Bloodborne. She's given me a rune called Corruption and a badge for Canehurst. And I now get the standing version of the bow that I'm giving her. A blood dreg is something you get when you invade a person and kill them. You collect dregs from their blood and you bring them to her, so she can drink them and imbibe them. Her mask does prevent her from feeding and the normal blood sense, but they've found a way to give her the dregs. I'm assuming maybe in some type of transfusion, or maybe... I guess if I could compare it to anything, maybe it's like reverse vampirism. Like maybe the Vile Bloods will bite her with the dregs in their mouth and pass it on to her that way. But basically, I don't have a blood dreg yet, because I haven't done any invasions. I've actually never invaded in this game. But I may try it just to see what I can manage with it. And give it to her. Yep.
We await thy return for the honor of Canehurst.
Let's look at what she gave us. She gave us a badge. Badge of the Royal Guards of Canehurst, loyal guardians of the Vile Blood Queen Annalise. The Vile Bloods are hunters of blood and hunt prey as they search for blood dregs. The hunter who joins them is faced with a decision to merely borrow their strength or to become one of them, heart and soul. Corruption. A secret symbol left by Carol, a runesmith of Bergenworth. Several runes contain a nuance of blood, including the rune of corruption, associated with the oath of the corrupt. Pledgers to this oath are Canehurst Vile Bloods, hunters of blood who find dregs for their queen in cold blood, particularly in that of hunters. So, Vile Blood hunters will specifically go after other humans who are not suffering the plague. They go after church hunters, they go after executioners, they go after regular beast hunters. The corrupts are heretics in the eyes of the church, and thus subject to the wrath of the executioners. Now, the executioners don't like Vile Bloods. Alfred was looking for a way into the castle. He wants to finish the work that Logarius started. We could only get to Canehurst because we found a summons for us. Specifically for us, and the magic of the castle, I'm assuming maybe Annalise, or something I'm assuming it's Annalise. Found a magical way, pretty much, to give us the summons, and the summons was enchanted, and that brought us to Canehurst, which is otherwise completely frozen in time and cut off from anything else. Now we found an unopened summons that is sealed. Like the first of its kind, it is an invitation to Canehurst, but for whom is not known, as it lacks an addressee. So we can't give Alfred our summons, but we can give him this one. I think it is a ticket into Canehurst. Before we do that, though, we're going to go check on Yosefka. She's not at the door anymore. So let's sneak around back. She might have retreated further into the clinic. Bye, Zoidberg. I also find it a little suspicious that Yosefka, either 1 or 2, has that thing hanging out in her courtyard. So that is a very specific creature that goes after insight, which is your knowledge of the arcane. So, like, why would that just be roaming around in her backyard? Now remember, we sent someone else here to her. We sent that suspicious beggar guy that we found in the woods. The guy who very clearly was eating people. And she said that she gave him some old blood, and that the process is going fascinatingly. So much like this was that angry old man that we found and killed. This is the beggar guy after her transformation of him. And he gave us a beast rune. Let me double check something. Yeah, that's what he looked like when he was crouching on the floor in the forest. Remember how Yosefka threatened us to not come up here before? Well, she doesn't seem to mind that we're here now. So let's see where she is. Something's happening to her.
God, I'm nauseous. Have you found this? It's progressing.
see things. I knew it. I'm different. I'm no beast. Oh, God, it feels awful. But it proves that I'm chosen. Don't you see how they writhe inside my head? It's rather rapturous.
She specifically says writhe. We can get, I don't have it here, but there's another Odin rune called Odin Writhe. And Odin uses blood, since he's only a voice, Odin uses blood to reach out to the people of Yharnam. That's how he manifests. His voice essentially passes through their blood, and he becomes a part of them. She's saying that something is writhing in her head. She says, this proves that I'm chosen. And she says, I'm no beast. Beast blood turns you obviously into a beast. Whatever's happening to her blood is so unique that it's doing something else to her. Now, a lot of the notes we've been finding about what happens during the blood moon says that when the red moon descends, a womb will be blessed with child. And something's happening inside, not her womb necessarily, but in her blood and in her head. Something is happening to her body, and she's very happy about it. Now, Akechi is more than willing to kind of just leave her as is, because he thinks there's something weird and afoot happening here. He doesn't know what to make of it. However, he is also aware that he wouldn't want to leave a person like this suffering in a weird position where a god did something to her brain and her blood. He doesn't consider that the right thing at all. He would rather die than have someone do that to him. And Yosefka also experimented on people and lied to him and turned them into weird celestial emissaries for the cosmos. And since she's happy about her condition, he would consider it true justice to deprive her of the happiness that she's made for, or not made, that she's getting out of this terrible condition, because she's just a monster. So, she gives us an item. She gives us another umbilical cord. We found one of these in the abandoned workshop, down far below where the cathedral ward is. And that one told us that this was used to beckon the moon presence and create the hunter's dream. This is a great relic called the Cord of the Eye. Every infant Great One has this precursor to the umbilical cord. The first umbilical cord told us that every Great One loses its child and yearns for a surrogate, and that this Great Ones are sympathetic. So if you pray to them, they will reach out to you because they're desperate for family. They're desperate for something to take care of. This eye tells us specifically about Bergenworth and Willem, which solidifies my theory that this Yosefka, the second quote-unquote Yosefka, had ties to Bergenworth and the choir, and that's why she took over the clinic. Provost Willem sought the cord in order to elevate his being and thoughts to those of a Great One, by lining his brain with eyes, the only choice he knew if man were to ever match their greatness. So Provost Willem wanted this cord, not knowing that it can only manifest in women. And so he thought, well, maybe the best way for me to get to that point is, let me put eyes in my brains. Specific eyes. And arcane, enchanted eyes. Eyes that have knowledge of the cosmos. So that's what he did to his body. Akechi, wanting to have knowledge of the Great Ones because he wants to solve this mystery, will do what Provost Willem could not. So we beat we beat Logarius. We found Yosefka. Now we have two places to go to. We have the Nightmare Realm, which I typically save for a little later, and the Cathedral Ward. We can still explore the Nightmare Realm a little bit because that does tie into what we learned in Yharnam. In fact, the mummy that we found in Yharnam brought us to that part of the nightmare, which means that that guy specifically is tied to it. So I'm just going to head back to the Hunter's Dream, see if I can level up, and then we're going to go check out that part of the Hunter's Nightmare.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength.
I wish you'd tell you or not whether you could level up, because sometimes it's a guessing game.
Close. Now shut your eyes.
Oh, I can get one level. Okay. I'm going to find a lot more really cool arcane items as I go along with the rest of this game. So I'm going to be putting a lot of points into just arcane and probably health, just because I would like some more health, but I'm okay with what we're at now. So, because the more arcane points I have, the more really cool goodies I can use.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Okay. Let's head back to the nightmare. We are now in the Nightmare of Mensis. The School of Mensis is part of the Healing Church. It has ties to the choir. The choir is the one really deeply involved in the cosmos and studying it. And Mensis were the scholars who did the Yharnam ritual. They were the ones responsible for creating the One Reborn and for everything that happened there. And this is the nightmare born from them. Their minds, their collective consciousness, the deeds that they did. And this is the only part of the nightmare where we can hear that baby crying. Oh! I forgot they had that in them. Gross. Remember how the winter lantern lit up when she saw us? There's something inside of there that sees us. And you can hear a heartbeat. And this body over here has blood spikes jutting out of it, similar to what we get when we frenzy. See? Our frenzy's already going up. In fact, I was thinking that I might change some of my clothes to get higher frenzy resistance, just a little bit. Although I should have equipped a rune for that. Yeah, I only have like 166 frenzy resistance. Not that great, but you know what? Oh well. I don't have any sedatives either. Okay. So our destination is that building. We can, however, use that thing to harm our enemies, because just being in its line of sight hurts them too. Although I'm probably gonna die. Yep. Now I'm gonna get frenzied in a second. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, he smushed me. There is something over there, so that's when I get it. That's why I want to get it. Also, get used to me dying in this place, because I have no real interest in trying to survive here as long as I can, because I want to get some of the items that are around here. So the first few runs are going to be suicide runs, and then I'll actually make a noble attempt to get to where I need to go. Time for charging forth, therefore run. And you can see my health is going down too. But he's also getting hurt just by standing where that brain can see it. Trying to bait them out. Come on, uglies. See, the big brain or whatever is over there. I'm likely thinking it's a brain, considering it's doing what the Winter Lantern did. It is hurting them now too. Oh, I'm being invaded, you guys. Quantum break. Hi, Quantum. I'm not actually sure where they are, but... Oh, there they are. We gonna bow? I'm gonna be nice and not heal. There we go. Technically, you can heal in these fights, but I feel like it's a shitty thing to do because they can't. So I'm like, eh, whatever. The one time I actually beat someone in PvP, they also killed me at the same time, and it was really funny. But yeah, I don't really mind. Hey, Dracan. Yeah, Akechi got invaded by someone called Quantum Break. Or Akechi got transported to the Nightmare Realm. Ow! Bye! Did he drop anything? I don't think so. Oh, he did. God damn it. Hey, there's still an item over here that I want to get. The bar is struggling. It's struggling. It's struggling. Oh, I got the eye rune. Whatever the fuck that means. Can't operate the device yet. Excuse me. Oh, there's a lot of you over here. Well, that's fine. Big boys. Big angry boys. Whom I still don't understand. I have no idea where they came from. I have no idea what made them. They're just weird ogres. Oh, damn it. Okay, wait till it goes down a little bit. Rude. Nothing, eh? Excuse me. Oh, that one's sleeping. Excuse me. Ew. This is the lady who lets people invade your world. If you want to stay invaded, don't kill her. What? How did you get in here? Now, I haven't been looking at something kind of obvious because there's a bunch of spiders in this room. The brain is aware of us. However, the big spider can't get through the door. How did you get in here? Ew. I didn't know he was still there, otherwise I wouldn't have backed up that far. Hello. We still know where to go. Goro feral spine-breaking pose Akechi would probably fall into beast really quick. You know what? That's a very good thought. That's a very good thought. He would just go fucking ape shit. That's why he would enjoy his time in Yharnam. Just allows him to tear into people. Like they're a piece of bread at a bakery. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Also, I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's eyes all over the place here. Alright, assholes, come on. Oh, I swear to God! Oh, I'm just plain dumb. The sword is too slow for them because they have fast, long swipes and stabs, and the great sword has too long of a wind-up, so I need to use something short and fast. Eyes on the inside, that's the only way to get smarter. It's the only way to cleanse yourself of your beastly idiocy. Harvest as many eyes as you can that have seen the truth of the world, and you will get smarter for it. That's their weird, dark magic idea. I do love the blood spikes just bursting out of his body. As if, Whatever it is that's looking at him, or whatever it is that he's seeing, is so impossible to comprehend that his body is just slowly bursting apart at the seams. That's Bloodborne. Run. I mean, maybe I should run. You gonna go away, dude? Let's take care of him, because I don't want him to become a problem for me. Oh, gross. I hate these things. They're so annoying to fight. Because they do that. They just leap at you, but they're so... Oh. You're just flipping through geometry there? Okay. Okay. I guess that's possible too. There you go. Bye. Come on, you worthless bastards. Hey, Mom. I'm gonna see if I can poison her. I don't think I... Yeah, I can. She doesn't have any eyes. Do they take all of your eyes? Is that what happened? Let's just keep stacking that poison. Yeah, well, I mean, I did just kill her children, so she's real mad. Also, she's too big to fit through the door. And I honestly don't feel like fighting her fairly, because... Why would I? Oh, we both missed each other. That's cool. Bye! No mercy for insects. No mercy for insects. And this room is just covered in eyes. A shaman bone blade. Fantastic. Alright, this guy coming up, because there's a hunter here, he sucks. So we're gonna do our best. actually. I'm pretty sure there's a shortcut I can open up here. Excuse me, sir. And then once all this is taken care of, then I'll explore here. Do you mind? Do you mind? Do you mind? Do you mind? Really, do you mind? Excuse me. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Oh, that's where I wanted to go. Oh, it sure isn't where I wanted to go. Oh, no, actually it kind of is. We're not going to look at you yet, just got to open up a shortcut. Open up a shortcut, open up a shortcut. Do, 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 do. And then we'll come back. Yeah, there's a lot of notes on the ground where it's just like no mercy for insects, therefore, you must confront insects. Just something like that. And look! We just opened up a shortcut. Hey, Faith! I'm about to go grab dinner. I'm not going to stop streaming, obviously. But I will be right back in 2 seconds. And you I beat Logarius. And I'll fill you in on what you missed, or if chat wants to fill you in while I go grab my food. That'd be great. So hold on, please. Okay, Faith. We martyr Logarius, and after we beat him, took his crown. The crown was something he stole from the Vile Blood King, because the crown has the power to hide a secret specific to Canehurst Castle. Now, Logarius is part of the Executioners, which is the specific group of church hunters that Alfred belongs to. And Alfred told us when we first met him, well, like, our prey might differ, but we can still help each other out. Prey, the Vile Bloods, which is what the Canehurst nobles are. They are part of the sect, I guess, or guild, if you will, who are enemies of the church and thus enemies of the Executioners. Martyr Logarius, as the head executioner, led an invasion into the church, killed every single noble, and including the king that he could, and took the king's crown and left the queen alive. And since the queen was very precious to the nobles at Cainhurst, she was kept in this like isolated mausoleum shrine behind where Logarius was positioned, and only the person who had the crown could find her. So Logarius found her, and he used the power of the crown to keep her hidden. We killed him, took the crown, found the queen, and she basically says, either you're going to kneel before us and become one of my subjects, or you can leave. And if we turn her down for joining her, she says, yes, that's a wise decision. But if we join her, she essentially says that we will become an enemy of the church, and we have like a vampire bond with her. And our goal as a vile blood is to hunt others and take dregs from their blood. That's the invasion. That's the justification in the game for invading people and fighting them and killing them. That, like, got invaded by someone before, a couple minutes ago, and if he was part of the vile bloods, he would get dregs from my blood, and he could give it to the queen. Now, I also got this. And these invitations us to break the seals around Krist and allows them to go there, because Cainhurst is pretty much frozen in time. It's far removed from any semblance of reality. So only those with an invitation can not only go to those places, but they're welcome there. Like the castle won't shut them out. And I almost just dropped down and died. Now, we ran past a huge chunk of stuff, so let's go back and investigate and see what we missed. This is the nightmare attached to Yharnam, where we found that we found all those bodies after the one reborn, with their those strange masks on their head. They were the one conjuring and creating this particular nightmare. So we're in their nightmare realm now. And we have to find out what's here, why is it here, and what can we do about it. And these people don't like us being here. These are not part of Mensis. These technically aren't even human. I don't actually know why they're fighting me. I haven't done anything to them. And they normally only aggro if you attack them first. Yellow backbone, that's another chalice dungeon material thing. Welcome back, Pika. Let's go back to this guy. See if we can sneak up on him. He belongs to Bergenworth, and he's the only person in the nightmare that is entirely quote-unquote sane, as opposed to what happened to the School of Mensis. He's really coming, you're right. Now these little guys are kind of weird, because they have masks similar to what Annalise wears on her head. And they're just chilling, just minding their own business. They don't seem to want much of anything to do with me. This is what I was looking for. He would absolutely become Violet for the fashion. Speaking of Violet fashion, this is what Violet normally wear, and it's funny that I totally did that for a Akiden cosplay build in Bloodborne. He should be wearing this garb, which my face is all bloody, so it doesn't really work very well. But this is what he would be wearing. Let's go back to Akechi's clothes. I have to kill one particular person in order to get Akechi's cosplay build finished. I gotta say, I like that the brain is determinedly killing something so that this whole place gets lit up. This place is normally very dark. Rude. Excuse me. Blue elixir. They're just rude. The worst ones are the ones down here, because there's some with crossbows that can poison you, and then there's big old bitches that have like meat cleavers, and they're not nice. They're just really happy that I'm here in this loft. What are you gonna do about it? Yeah? Jobbers. Yeah, you just try it. Too stupid to figure out how floors work, dumbass. Useless gremlins. This is how Akechi views the Velvet Room attendants that Akiden has to deal with. He's just like, they're fucking gremlins, just kill them. So this is him fighting Carolyn and Justine. Is there an item over there? No item. So she has a chain whip and a giant cleaver. She also has a weird mask on with armor. And what looks like an arrow in the knee. Haha. But no, that's just something from the floor. Yeah, she's got a face underneath that, but she's wearing a mask and chainmail. Exactly, Blue! I'm so glad you get that reference. I fucking love the most popular girls in school. That show, it sparks so much joy. Another thing I love about this is there's books in cages covered with eyes, which is a very bizarre metaphor for the arcane, brutal knowledge that Bergenworth and the choir and the School of Mensis were resorting to. But then it also it's kind of an interesting take on what being trapped by knowledge. 'Cause it's like the more you know, the more you suffer for knowing your own limitations. Well, that's how they feel about it here in Bloodborne. That's totally right, Starlet. It could just be a design choice. You're completely right. Wait. Oh, I almost fell down that giant hole there. Whoopsie. How did I not get a visceral on you? There we go. Goodbye, ma'am. Forgot to put more shelves on the walls, you idiots. Now I gotta use the cages again. What are we gonna put our birds in? I don't know, let's figure it out. Oh. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Protect me, books. Protect me, font of knowledge. Find you fucking cowards. And they look like little court gestures too, which makes it even worse. It's like I can't take them seriously, they look like doofuses. Again, I almost fell down. That elixir. I'll do my best, Pika. Remember how I said in this game you're going to find crows that have dog heads and dogs that have crow heads, and that the crows sound like dogs? Here is a dog crow. Thank you, Starlight. I haven't really done much Akechi role-playing when I've been playing this game, but I have been like, well, this is what Akechi would do when I make certain decisions. Or this is how Akechi feels about this. But he definitely have... Well, it's a nightmare. The creatures in the nightmare aren't necessarily made by anything, they're just manifestations. So... in this game so far, the crows in Yharnam, in the real Yharnam, have been so horribly corrupted by the beast blood that they're as vicious as dogs. And then the dogs that we find are so feral and just brutal that they're slathering beasts. But here's a crow dog. And I'll show it when it's dead. And that's a dog with a crow's head. Well, that's cool, Pika. I used to a very, very, very long time ago, but that was honestly well over 15 years ago, so I don't do that stuff anymore. I think the closest I get to it is writing stories and novels in which I try to get as close to the character's mindset as I can. I'm gonna see if I can get that. No, dang it. I can't actually remember how you get it. Oh! Was it really that simple all along? Now we have 58,000 echoes. So let's head on back to the dream. Cash that in a bit. And then we're going to go exploring the rest of the Nightmare Tower and see what secrets it holds. Akechi is quite curious. If he's going to travel all the way to a nightmare, he wants to see just what the fuck's at the bottom of it. Or in this case, at the top. Hello, man.
Welcome home, good hunter.
This is his velvet room attendant.
What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength.
Also, I like to imagine that,
Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
the doll is... reminds him of his mother in some ways. And she's gentle and supportive. She's a little strange. She's always there for him when he needs her. She gives him strength. He listens patiently to what he has to say. She is his one solace in this terrifying, crazy, messed up world.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Also, we can wear her clothes. Let's show her some respect. Akechi respects her. No, not yet. I have to invade someone and successfully kill them in order to give the queen a blood drag. And I've never actually invaded anybody, nor do I think I'm very good at it, but we could try. Not right now, but we can totally try to do it. This is... I have to use that... I have to ring that bell in order to be able to invade. Did I pick up anything that would be interesting here? Not necessarily. No, not really. Let's head back to the nightmare. The Nightmare of Memphis, part we're at now, is located at the bottom of a tower called Murgo's Loft. Those strange gremlin-armored people that were attacking us and pushing us, they're called Murgo's attendants. So Murgo is clearly something in the nightmare, something that the nightmare... or something that the School of Mensis found. And this is its tower, or its home, or a shrine dedicated to it. Oh look, these are puppets. Made to dance around on a string at someone else's command. Guess what Akechi would hate? Whoever is doing this to them.
Ah, cause. Some say cousin. Do you hear our prayers? No, we shall not abandon the dream. No one can catch us. No one can stop us now.
This is Maruki. This is 100% Bloodborne's version of Maruki. He's the host of the nightmare. He's like a Mad Hatter. He's gonna lead us on a whimsical chase. With no real intention of actually fighting us. He's just trying to inconvenience us as much as he can. Oh, skellies. I should have gone after them first. He does. I'd go into more detail about why I think they're connected, but I'm worried about royal spoilers, so I will be as subtle as I can and speak only of why thematically I think they fit, instead of saying, this happens in royal that reminds me of this. But I would like to beat Mikolash first. And I'm actually going to change my clothes, because these stats aren't really that good in terms of physical defense. So let's go back to Old Faithful, which is the closest I've ever been able to get to Akechi's Black Mask outfit. It's the best I can do, y'all. Into fucking feral, beastly viciousness. Thank you. Has the ability to jump through mirrors and to disappear when you attack him, if you manage to catch him here. It's very easy to get discombobulated.
Some say Cosmo. Do you hear our prayers?
Fuck's sake. Stun lock you into a corner and electrocute attack you. That's similar to what chump this guy is. And I also might wishes he can do to Maruti.
Majestic! A hunter is a hunter, even in a dream.
Give it a second, Blue. Sometimes it does that. It's not very good.
Not too fast. The nightmare swirls and churns unending.
I don't know if you were able to hear, but this is what I think Akechi would want to do to Maruki.
As you once did for the vacuous one. Grant us eyes. As you once did for the vacuous one. Grant us eyes.
This is actually kind of funny. Because he's supposed to be running in here.
As you once did for the vacuous one.
But I seem to have fucked up his pathing. This is actually hysterical.
As you once did for the vacuous one. Grant us eyes. Grant us eyes.
And we got a key. Where you at, Mikalash?
Oh, of course. Some say cousin. Do you hear our prayers?
Dang. Isn't it? He's very much like the Mad Hatter, I think. He's very silly. And he just exists basically to inconvenience us. There was a way to get down there. I just have to remember where it is.
Some say cousin. As you once did for the vacuous one.
Yeah, here we go.
Grant us eyes. Grant eyes on our brains to cleanse the beastly idiocy. The real lack of man. Cosmos, of course. Let us sit about and speak feverishly, chatting in
This guy's nuts, by the way. But he just gave us a lot of really interesting lore. Oh shit! Mensis cage. Goro screaming in frustration as this man runs down yet another foggy hallway. That's why he had to die. Speaking of Goro's frustration, let's do this man, Maruki Mikulash, the ultimate insult. And crush vermin on his corpse. Now, what Mikulash was saying was interesting. He was speaking about Ram and how he attributes the will of Cos, or Cosm, to making Ram a kin of the cosmos. And he's saying if Cos can do that for Ram, Cos should be able to do that for humans. He says, plant eyes in our brains to cleanse us of our beastly idiocy, and he kind of goes on this dreamy babble, essentially about what Bergenworth and Mensis and the choir do, where they just sit around and they talk feverishly about higher planes of existence. And then he starts howling like a beast. And he dies, and he says, now I'm waking up and I'll forget everything. So to him, this is a subject we've talked about on previous streams, about what does death mean to a Great One. Well, the Great Ones are called, they say that they're sleeping, they're slumbering, they're dreaming. So if Great Ones can die, what if to them death is just like sleep, and their consciousness just goes to another plane of existence? Mikulash seems to think that he's managed to find that too, which, to his credit, he has, his physical body in Yahar'gul is mummified. It's a decayed, desiccated husk. But his essence, his mind, his spirit, his soul, and thus a physical form of him, lives in the nightmare. And has lived in the nightmare for God knows how long. And he doesn't seem to really mind being there at all. And so for him, death is like waking up from a dream. And he knows that he'll forget everything he learned here, everything he discovered, everything he experienced. Vermin is stuff that you find when you cooperate with people in boss fights. If you're part of the League of Confederates Covenant, who specifically hunt down vermin, you will now find vermin in bosses. And you collect them whenever you kill a boss, and you crush them as a symbolic gesture of how you're going to stamp out the plague of beasts and other horrible things. People in PvP tend to do it if as like an ultimate insult. I do it after each boss just because I feel like it's cool and symbolic to just show like, oh wow, we really crushed them, basically. Now, we got two interesting things from our time chasing after Mikolash. Mikolash cage, by the way, because he literally has a cage on his head. We found the iron door key. Of the 3 great bridges that link the 2 cathedral cradles, this key opens the iron door that leads to the mid-level bridge. There are no thieves in the nightmare. Then why lock a door? Be warned, there must be a very good reason. They're called cathedral cradles. Murgo's loft is both a cathedral and a cradle, holding something or tending to something, keeping it safe. And this key opens a hidden part of these cradles, because something was meant to be hidden away. He also dropped the Mensis cage. The School of Mensis controls the Unseen Village. The Unseen Village is Yahar'gul. That's where we fought the One Reborn. And that's where we found Mikolash's body. This hexagonal iron cage suggests their strange ways. The cage is a device that restrains the will of the self, allowing one to see the profane world for what it is. It also serves as an antenna that facilitates contact with the Great Ones of the dream. But to an observer, the iron cage appears to be precisely what delivered them to their harrowing nightmare. Remember the whole wall of bodies wearing these cages, and we walk around Yahar'gul and we see all these people bound to chairs who have these cages strapped to their heads? Those were experiments by the School of Mensis, and people who lived in Yahar'gul who had these cages strapped to their heads so they could be used to commune with the Great Ones, to have the Great Ones be able to transmit thoughts or words or answer their prayers, basically. And at some point, Mikolash and the School of Mensis decided that they would do this en masse, basically. They would use the entire town to this goal, and that's how the Nightmare of Mensis was created. They used these strange, arcane, eldritch, magical, darkly magical cages to beckon to the Great Ones, and some Great One, a Great One, pulled them into the nightmare. We don't know which Great One it is yet. Could it be Kaz? Could it be the Moon Presence? Could it be something else? But something heard their prayers and pulled them in. Let's walk around with it for a bit. We look ridiculous, but it's fun. Do you mean, what he's wearing and what builds I'm going for and what weapons? Is that what you mean, Durkhan? Because, yeah, I can do that. There's a specific way to get to how to open this door, and I can never remember what it is. We're now at the top part of the loft. Let's get it out of here before we get invaded. Because I have 50,000 echoes, and I don't want someone to take them from me. Yeah, sure. Right now, I guess if it'll... Yeah, I can post about it, because I was going to tell you it right now, but I'm like, well, it might just be easier to make a post, because then people can see it and like it. Just have it handy.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength.
We still have to get,
Now shut your eyes.
still have to get the weapon that I'm building him towards. And we still have to get, the outfit that I want him to wear. Which we're gonna try next. I have to kill a specific enemy. And that enemy is pretty tough, so we're gonna do our best. No, thank you. Yeah, this version is not with the Mensis cage, but I really like the way the male Yharnam set looks, and I really like the Yahar'gul helm.
Welcome, what? Very well.
So I normally have that on my head. I guess, but... Yeah, 60 points of health would definitely help, but...
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Oh, I can get the Canehurst armor now. So when we get enough echoes, we'll get this, and then I'll read the item description. I can read the item description now, but I'd rather hold off just a little bit. Can I get... I can't get the poison ones here. I thought you could buy the poison knives, but I guess not. Or not yet. Okay. We're gonna head back to Cathedral Ward. Because Eileen, our bird mom, was attacked by a horrible assailant. We're gonna go see if we can put him down for justice. For Burb Mom. For our fellow crow. Because her name is Eileen the Crow. And I'm gonna say I'm not... Oh. Ariana's gone, you guys. Let's, there's a bunch of blood. Do you know what happened?
There ain't no more survivors. There can't be. Yharnam's done for.
We'll get to Burb, Mom, don't worry. If anyone's like squeamish about body horror, look away now. And I'll let you know when you can look back, okay? 1, 2, 3. Don't look. We gained insight by coming down here. She wasn't feeling very well. She has special blood, and she was in Odin's chapel. Odin communicates and connects to living people through blood. Odin Chapel, since Odin's not in a physical form, he's just a voice. He's always there. He's always present. Now, the note said when the red moon descends, a womb will be blessed with child. We thought that was just Yosefka 2, because Yosefka 2 said that she felt something writhing inside of her head, and that she feels horribly sick, but it means she's chosen. And when Akechi decided if this makes you happy, then this can't be good, so he put her out of his misery, he found a Great One's umbilical cord on her corpse. Ariana has not been feeling well, as I said. She came down here to get away from Odin's chapel. Odin already reached out to Yosefka, and that means he reached out to someone else, and that's Ariana's baby. That's Odin's baby. Yeah, she's evil, dude. We killed her. You can go back on the stream and check that, because we went back and she was, like, hunched on a table, twitching and freaking out and saying she felt something writhing inside of her brain. So we killed her.
It can't be. This is a nightmare.
No, that's why we, her voice acting is amazing. Now, Akechi really liked Ariana. She kind of reminded him of his mom, not just because of what her profession is, but she had this no-nonsense attitude, but she was still kind, she was funny. So he brought her to the chapel thinking, okay, she'll be safe here. Not only did he bring her to a place where a Great One was looming ever-present and lurking inside of her blood, this allowed her to be chosen by that Great One to have a Great One human hybrid baby. Now, much like Akechi realizes or believes that his birth blighted his mother with misery, he knows or believes that this thing brought misery to its mother. And she says, this is a nightmare. It can't be happening. It can't be. And she just sobs and laughs hysterically and broken. Akechi believes that if Yharnam is layered realities, and if death just means you wake up from one layer of the dream and go to another, like with Mikolash, or like any of the hunters that we've been fighting, he thinks there is a possibility that if I end Ariana's nightmare, she's going to wake up in some other realm, in some other form of consciousness, because Yharnam is in tears, in terms of like a tower. So she may get out of this Yharnam and go to another one. She may just die, and if she just dies, then at least she doesn't have to deal with this pain anymore. I don't technically have to kill her. I do get something from her, though. I get two interesting and really cool things from her. So, it's up to us. But like I said, I don't have to kill her. I will say that I can do without what I pick up from her. Soraya! Do you want to do, share play, Soraya? I'd have to invite you back in, like, every hour, but do you want to do that? And if you don't, you just want to talk in chat, that's fine, too. Ariana and her great one baby came in at a kind of a rough. However, comma, I have done enough that I do not need to do this. Oh, okay. Yay, Soraya's gonna join us on voice chat. Oh, fuck that bitch, kill her dead. You know what, I will tell you guys, one thing I get from Ariana, I get her shoes. Do you want Akechi to run around in her dress and her pretty shoes? If so, then guess what we're doing. And I've already given an in-character reason of why Akechi would kill her. I think he would want to put her out of her misery, like Faith said. And if there's layers to reality in the dream world, he would think it's worth the chance of removing her from this dream world, even if she dies. He does have many pretty clothes. He does not, however, have pretty shoes. And this game is called P5borne. Oh my god, Blue, please. Alright. This is for you, Mom. And no, we can't just kill the baby. We got an umbilical cord from the baby. And we got her shoes! Now, okay, you guys can look back now if you wanted to look away because of the body horror stuff. Now, since we got her shoes, I'm going to put on the dress, and I'm going to put on the doll's gloves, and I'm going to put on her shoes. Shoes worn by Ariana, woman of the night. Innocent and cute in contrast with its owner. So you can't see the shoes, but you can see them when he walks around, basically. He's got pretty little shoes with bows on them now. He's a pretty princess. Actually, I can literally make him a princess. Look! It's Princess Akechi. Now, with that in mind, we're going to go find Burb Mom, and we're going to go help Burb Mom. And no one asked me about the murder I just did. Bye. Actually, if you guys want to see the shoes, I can just show off the shoes. Hold on, let me get in some good light. No. Where the fuck is some good lighting in this goddamn game? No, up this ladder. Okay. Excuse me, I need to show off my clothes. Oh, they're coming up the ladder after me. Excuse me. I have to put on a show here with my shoes. You're not welcome up here. Excuse me, sir. Bye. Bye. Alright. The shoes have little heels on them. And little bows on top. They're very cute. Also, we got one of these. Every Great One loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate, and Odin, the formless Great One, is no different. To think it was corrupted blood that began this eldritch liaison. Corrupted blood is vile blood. The queen of the vile blood said she has rotten blood. The church considers the vile blood's bloodline to be corrupted. So this is saying that Odin, desperate to reach out to have something and someone to care for and look after because it already lost a child, reached out to an heir of the vile blood, Ariana, and made a little baby. Ariana did not like that. Ariana had no idea what the fuck was happening. Ariana didn't not want to go through that. Akechi decided to do her a solid. But hold on, let's see if Soraya's online. Oh, why isn't this thing charging? Hold on, guys. Oh, that's annoying. Hey, so I can't do share play when I'm broadcasting gameplay, it doesn't look like? Yeah. So you may just have to watch it on stream and then just listen to me talk this way. I know, I'm sorry. I know, right? Yeah, seriously. Okay, well.
What?
Alrighty.
It just told me that it's not gonna... That was weird. Fuck you, PlayStation.
What did it say?
It said, cannot operate PS4 with voice right now.
What the fuck? You know what? It probably heard you say PlayStation, and it said no. Because it tells me every now and then, like, do you want to voice operate? And I'm like, no.
Oh, okay.
So I heard you say, fuck you, PlayStation, and that apparently activates it.
Sorry, PlayStation, I didn't mean it.
It's like, oh, I heard you talking shit.
Yeah.
Well, Kaylee, my buddy Soraya has joined us on the chat. So, we're gonna go through Bloodborne with a co-pilot. And Soraya's had a hell of a day, so...
I've had a bad day.
She had a big bad day, so we're gonna chill. Everyone's happy to see you, Sam. Soraya, whatever the hell your name is.
I'm cool.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Alright. Now we're going to do our best to cheese this hunter, because I want... The whole Loki Arsene squad is here, you're right. Alright, Dragon. We're gonna do... Burb Mom, I will do this in your honor. I will cheese the fuck out of this guy, because I have no intention of fighting him with honor, because he sucks.
I also cheesed him. Fuck fighting him, legit.
Yeah. I tried, I did pretty good. But, I figured if we just cheese him, then you know what we can do? We can just talk. Just talk some shit. Oh, chat's being kind. I don't know if you can see him, but...
I see them.
They're being nice. Come at me, Scrub Lord. Come on, fucker. I want your clothes and your mask, so I gotta kill you to get it. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, he has really good stuff, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He has, he has, the Crow Feather Garb and the Canehurst Helm. And I don't have enough.
Yeah, he has that dope shit.
Yeah, and that to me is the Black Mask cosplay in this game. So I gotta kill him to get it.
I remember I tried so hard to do this legit. I probably tried for like 2 hours straight.
Yeah, he's... The only way I was able to really get him was when I was on my Blood Tinge build, when I basically had his build. And that was an even match. Otherwise, it was just bullshit.
Yeah, when I first played through this game, I did a pure strength build.
Yeah, that's
and that
tough.
was just like... Because the way that I do it, is like, I'll go pure strength, but I never go like big beefy weapons.
Yeah.
I never do that. It's always still like quick weapons.
Yeah.
And so I think I was using Ludwig's blade, but I was using the one-handed version.
Yeah,
and I could not do it.
Yeah. That was, yeah. He sucks. He is gonna heal himself because he has one healing vial, and that's not fun. Why are you throwing it at me? I'm not healing. You're the one who's gotta heal. There you go. This is great. No. No. Princess Akechi is just baiting you. Do 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 do. So after this guy, I'm thinking we're gonna go into the DLC because we already just beat Mikolash Cage.
Oh, okay.
So-
When I did the DLC, well, I only played this game once, so by the time the DLC came out, I'd already beaten the game. But I had already beaten the game, and it was still fucking hard.
Yeah.
That's a hard DLC, bro.
Yep. I'm at like level 84, I think. I normally go in when I'm level 100, but I don't.
I think I was like 105.
Yeah, oh my god, what are you doing out here? You're not supposed to be out here. Yeah, go backwards, bitch. Get back inside. Moonwalk out of here. Anyway, the only way I could think to, like, get to the level I would want to be at for that is to just do Chalice dungeons or help people on, 1 Reborn. Which wouldn't be a problem, but I don't want chat to sit around, watching me just struggle to get to level 100.
People really need help with 1 Reborn? Because that's such an easy boss.
I normally get called by people who are on like New Game Plus, so I get like 50k echoes, which is fine or fun. Or like there are people who are new to the game, so they don't really know what he's weak to or like how to deal with him. Oh god, you're so fucking mean, bro. Let me roll on out of here.
What sword is he using?
He's using the Chikage.
Oh, he is, okay.
Yeah. Alright, go. Transform it. Come on. Come on, transform it. Come on. Come on, bitch. Transform. Just transform. Ow! So mean to me. And yeah, the cloth physics are really nice. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Yes! Oh, that did nothing. Okay, back to this weapon then. Come on, transform it.
How is it possible that the visceral attack did nothing?
Oh, I don't know, he has that much health. Anyway, he did one overhead stab and it killed me, and I have 998 health.
Dude, that wasn't even an overhead. He just swiped you. He was just like, boom. Pop.
Yep.
Pop, pop.
Yep. Anyway, we're still gonna cheese this guy, you guys, so talk amongst yourselves. I will no longer be a pretty princess because these stats suck.
Oh, yeah, they're real bad.
Yeah, they're terrible. I did, I was rolling with, this for a while because it was actually, no wait, because this is like actually the closest to Akechi's school uniform. But these stats aren't really that good either. Like I have arcane.
The thing with Bloodborne is that it's very limited in terms of fashion souls.
Yeah. Yeah. But you...
Like the actual Soul series, you could do whatever the
Yeah, you
fuck
could...
you
Yeah,
want.
you can get really pretty princess clothes in not
Holy
Bloodborne.
shit, the sky
In
is
Dark
neon
Souls.
pink. That's not normal. It looks like the apocalypse outside.
Oh, you didn't know that? Sun went... Oh! Hello, guys. Yeah, it's...
No, I mean outside my window, not outside the game.
Oh, yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah,
What happened?
I gotta take a picture of that. What the fuck? That ain't fucking normal.
Blue wants to know if a cute story about her dog or their dog would help cheer you up.
I mean, no, but I'll hear it anyway because it sounds cute. What the fuck? I gotta take a picture of this. Hold on. This is not.
If any of y'all got cute stories, share them.
I don't feel like my phone is good enough to capture this, this color.
The prettiness of it?
The bizarreness of it.
Is it like a pink supernova?
Yeah. It looks orange in this fucking picture. Oh my god, bro. I gotta fucking show you this.
Ooh, that's weird. Do I have anything I could throw at him? Not really. I mean, I could try to do the tiny nitrous on him. I could do the executioner gloves on him. I can just give him one of these. As Mo Sizzlek said.
There you go. I just sent it to you.
Okay. Do you want to post it in chat so chat can see?
Oh, I could do that too.
Serpentine! Come on, dude. I want to kill you and take your clothes.
Yeah, that's not the right color. It's definitely more pink than this, but... Aw, dog pillow. That is cute.
It's not really doing anything. That also is not doing anything. Can you please transform that weapon, sir? There you go. So I figured you want to talk shit while I cheese this guy?
I mean, I could.
And do you want it to kill time?
I could. I don't know that I have any fun stories tonight just because I'm so overwrought with rage and anger and just hatred. So much hatred.
Well, it doesn't have to be a fun story. It could be you want to vent.
And, I mean, I could. Oh, I don't know if chat's ready for my venting.
I think they would sympathize.
My venting is very. It has to do with a lot of sensitive material that people will find upsetting. Because I find it upsetting, and I'm really not all that sensitive to that kind of shit. Because it wasn't just what I told you about in Discord earlier. There were other things. And it's,
I'm sorry. Do you want to talk about your cat?
We had 2 counts of extreme racism and 1 count of extreme homophobia.
Wow.
Today, at the job.
Yeah, her bosses are pieces of shit. And I still have to teach you well, I think I showed you that curse, that ice breaking curse.
Yeah, the ice one.
Yeah. You have to definitely do that one. Excuse me, sir. Please kill yourself. So I don't have to. And the parry timing with him is so tricky.
I never really got good at parrying in this game. Like, I could only do it with bigger monsters who had really obvious tells.
No, I'm pretty good at parrying in this game. It's just him. I'm not so familiar with...
I don't know why, I can't parry in this game either, because I'm pretty good at it in Souls. But for some reason with this game, I don't know the timing, but it was buggy.
It's just something about the Chikage's wind-up and its moveset that I'm not familiar with. So since I'm not familiar with its strikes, I never know when to time it. And it's very annoying. Because it
Did
has
you ever
like...
do, like
Go
a
on.
Chikage build?
Yes, I did. And that was the only build I was able to really go one-on-one, non-cheese him. And that was a lot of fun. That Blood Tinge build was like the only build I had where, when I actually got into PvP with someone, we both killed each other at the same time because we were both Blood Tinge builds. And it was, Chikage was tons of fun, honestly. It was, oh, and then you could use the Bloodletter, and then your gun's like an actual viable weapon, not just for parrying, so you basically just run around with 2 weapons all the time. It's great. It's fantastic.
I did see that Resident Evil 3 remake has a release date already.
Yeah, that looks really good. It, like visually, just looks really pretty.
Again, though, I don't know when the fuck they expect me to play it.
Wait, when's
Like,
what's its release date?
April 3rd.
What the fuck? Why did they want everything
so right now,
so early?
My 2020 lineup is Final Fantasy VII Remake, March 3rd, Neo 2, March 13th, Persona 5 Royal, March 31st, Resident Evil 3 Remake, April 3rd. Like, are you
what the
kidding
fuck?
me with this shit, bro? Like, that's now, like, 3 games I'll never probably play ever.
Yeah, because there's just no time.
There's no fucking time. Well, it's at least 2 games I'll never play, because, like, I will play RE3 Remake eventually. I will do that eventually.
3
I
Remake.
always make time for Resident Evil.
Oh wow, he's like... Ow, that hurt. He's like... Look at him, he's just chilling. Can't moonwalk your... No, he just jumped onto this thing, so he can't... Up, there you go. He just moonwalked his way onto the railing. Is he? Oh my god, I think he might be. You guys, look, he's gritzing.
Yeah, he's stuck,
Oh.
bro.
No. Oh no! Oh no, he's not! He heard me talking shit! No! 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 Okay. Oh, I can't heal yet. Man, you suck, dude. Where are you? Oh, he's there. He's in the jamb of the doorway. He does like to be tall. Oh! Oh! This is kind of perfect, you guys! Bye, asshole. And I did it in front of Bird Mom. Did you see what I did, Bird Mom? Look, Bird Mom, I did it for you. I did it. I did it for you. Akechi likes you because you're a crow too.
Don't you ever listen to your elders?
Nope.
No matter. You did save my life. I don't seem to be apt for this life anymore. My glory days were...
I don't know if 2020 itself is going to be a good year for gaming. It's just that 1 month. March is going to be a good month for gaming. I don't know what's happening the rest of the year.
Here. For you.
Thanks, Eileen.
This too is hunter's work. But it bears no honour. A burden you may choose to carry. The decision is yours alone. Oh. My eyes grow heavy. Let me rest a while. I'll be fine. Just wait.
Good night, Grandma.
I will say though, I hate Jill's face. I don't like it.
I'll respond to that after I'm done reading these item descriptions and commenting on Eileen.
Okay.
So we got a rune from that bitch ass motherfucker. with the clothes that I'm going to wear. We got Blood Rapture. It's a big ol' eye. It's kind of terrifying. This, it's I can't remember where we got the first Blood Rapture, but this one talks about how the rune resonates with servants of the Queen, carrier of the Child of Blood, who yearn for their Queen's blood with little hope of requitement. Now, this isn't talking about the Vile Blood Queen. However, the Vile Bloods are trying to do what happened with this queen, with the Queen and the Child of Blood. So, that's why this dude, the Vile Blood dude we just killed, was carrying this rune. And we also picked up... What else did we fucking pick up?
Get down.
Got a lot of good shit. We got the Crow Hunter badge. Badge of the Crows, signifying a hunter of hunters. Those who hunt those who have become addled with blood. It's a really cool looking badge too. It's very pretty. The badge of the hunter of hunters is quietly passed down from generation to generation, usually to an outsider from the hinterlands. Uh-oh. Inquisition. To be entrusted with this cursed badge, one must be strong, resilient to the seduction of blood, and gracious when taking a comrade's life. Guess who that almost sounds like? Almost sounds like Akechi. Only when he's trying to knock you down in the face. Ooh! Kay, you are very observant. It is... That rune is talking about that woman. However, we will not speak of her just yet, because we will see her again. After I beat the DLC, we'll see her again. We also... What else did we get? We got this, which is the Hunter rune. Thank you, Blue. Sorry, let me finish chewing. These watchmen admonish those who have become addled with blood. Be they men or beasts, anyone who has threatened to the pledgers of the Hunter Oath surely has an issue with blood. So basically, Eileen's... She said that she doesn't dream anymore, so if she dies now, that's it. She's dead for good. But... I normally thought that it's possible that she might die. But... Considering how she's breathing after this, where she's, here, you could hear it. She's breathing pretty steadily. It doesn't sound weak. It sounds honestly like she's dreaming. So, I like to think that she's actually resting. And she'll be fine. And she says, oh, don't worry, I've taken blood, enough to save an old woman. So even though she's not looking too well right now, and even though she did give us all those items as if we will carry on her work, because she isn't expecting to survive, I choose to think that not only is Burb Mom gonna be okay, but she's just like, I'll give you this stuff because fuck it, I'm old, I'm tired, I'm gonna go to bed. So she gave us this stuff so she can go sleep.
That's also the impression that I got
Thank
when
you.
I played through it.
Yeah.
I never for a second thought that she had died there. I thought she was just like, oh, I'm so glad I don't have to do this bullshit anymore.
Yeah. And so she's just like, ugh, fuck it, bye. I don't know if you've been watching any of the streams, and it's totally fine if you haven't, but like I've been trying my best to give like, this is how I view it, and this might not be what fandom's interpretation of the lore is or whatever, because I find like a lot of people who played this game have a lot of like kind of annoyingly negative views, like it's so grim, it's so bleak and hopeless, blood. I'm like, actually the story of Bloodborne is about how the only worthwhile trait of humanity is compassion. And if you don't have compassion, then you're barely anything like a human. And so that's what a lot of my analysis has been. She is just retiring, Kay, you're right. She's like, fuck this, I'm hanging up my crow gear, going to bed. Now, we don't have enough echoes to get her outfit yet, so if you guys don't mind hanging out while I try to help others on their various exploits, we can do that. The One Reborn is the easiest place to do that because the level I'm at now, I'll get pulled into New Game Plus, so we can try that. Plus that boss music is fucking great, so if we're going to sit here and listen to boss music over and over again, I'd rather it be that one.
Yeah, that boss is pretty simple, but I've never played it on New Game Plus, so I don't know if it changes.
It doesn't change, but it's just he just has more health. It's just difficult. Like it's just that.
The trick to that boss fight is getting all of the archers or the gunmen dead.
Yeah, you get the
in
ladies.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The angry grandmas.
And like once you kill them, the rest of it's pretty easy.
Yeah, then you just go.
Like a war of attrition because it's just like, all right, do your thing so I can smack you.
Yeah, you just pick one end of the weird blob monster to go after, and then you just wail on it.
Yeah.
And I'd rather try to camp out here and see what we can get instead of going with Chalice Dungeons, because Chalice Dungeons, I like them, but that's not something I want to show on stream. Like, I don't want to bore people with it, you know?
I mean, it would be fun if we could co-op the Chalice Dungeons, but
yeah.
if you can't stream and party chat, then fuck it.
I mean, we are party chatting, but I don't think we can do... we might... Well...
Because we just tried to do like a... Well, I don't know.
I tried to share play. I mean...
Yeah, that's different, I guess.
Yeah, like if you got in the game and we set up a password so we can co-op, we could still talk like this and play the game together.
Yeah, we could do that. I can't guarantee I'll be any good because I haven't played this game pretty much since it came out. But...
That's totally fine. Do you think I would mind?
I don't know.
Do I sound
don't know
like
how much patience you have for carrying losers?
Do you know how much patience I have? All I do is help people in these games. That's I love doing it. So if you want to do that, then go ahead on. That'd be fun.
We could maybe do that.
Yeah.
Not right now. I'm not eating some fucking chicken wings.
Yeah, eat those fucking chicken wings. Yeah. Yeah, I always want snacks too, Danny. Like, I actually I have a whole big thing of flavor blasted goldfish, like a fucking tub. Like a giant carton of them, because I didn't get Skittles, even though that's normally my go-to snacking food. But instead of Skittles, I got goldfish crackers.
Daigo, I will fucking murder you. I will fucking snap your neck. I swear to God. Keeps trying to get my chicken. But he can't have my chicken. It's my chicken. I'm not allowed.
It's not even showing that the bell is actually going. My copy of this game has some interesting bugs, where it's if I have certain runes equipped, sometimes it won't show me that it's like searching for a beckoning bell. Oh no, there it just showed me it. Okay. Or probably my favorite bug is if I have like 20 insight going into the Vicar Amelia fight, her prayer that she says when you go into the cathedral, not when you initiate her fight, or her cutscene, her prayer continues throughout the fight, so you still hear her praying as she's
cool.
transformed. Yeah, that one's probably my favorite bug, because it's just fucking weird. So then she's screaming hysterically, and then also just like, fear the old blood. I'm like, okay, thank you, thanks,
if
lady.
You say so, lady.
And I'm like, I guess I will. Peanut M&Ms are fucking delicious. You have chosen wisely. All right,
Apparently the caramel M&Ms are dope.
Really?
My roommate had some the other night with her mom. She said they were real dope.
Ooh. Let's try this again. If not, we may have to Chalice Dungeon this. All that we do in the name of fashion. Because I need a lot in order to get Eileen's clothes. Come on, Goopy Coffin Man. Nutella M&Ms. Oh my god, are you serious?
That sounds dope as fuck, bro.
That sounds deliciously decadent. I need that.
Yep, I need it. I need it to live. So that's probably like a non-US bullshit. Like, other countries get all the good snacks and we don't.
You like how Japan has amazing Kit Kat flavors, because Kit Kat sounds like a phrase meaning like do your best for university students. Listen, Akechi just wants some pretty clothes, so please die so we can get pretty clothes. Thank you. Ow. I need y'all to die. Come on. Come into the fire. No. There you go. Loser goopy coffins. Oh, I say that and then they smosh me. Go. Bye. I mean, I guess if I just ran around here and killed things, I could get it. But...
That's less fun.
yeah, it's less fun than helping people. I mean, I'd still want to co-op with you, because that would be fun. But... yeah. Only chocolate I like are the Cadbury Easter candy. Really? My sister and brother love Cadbury cream eggs. There's something about the filling that I just... the consistency of its filling creeps me out, so I can't eat them.
I used to love Cadbury eggs, and then as I got older, I was just like, this is too fucking sweet. I can't do it anymore.
Oh, gross. It's the goofy flesh wolf. It has a foot for a tail. You good?
Chicken's ready.
Chicken's ready.
Chicken's ready.
Chicken's ready. No. It's getting coated in blood here. Bye. These things look like liquors. Ooh. No.
Like,
whoa!
the blood in this game definitely
Whoa!
looks like
It just
jam.
swiped me and killed me in one hit. Wow! How did that happen? I mean, besides the swipe and killing me in one hit, but I didn't think it was that strong. But they're normally not. They're not that strong. Well, I guess we are just running around.
Yeah, I mean, you can't force people to summon you.
You're right. What if I could, though?
Right.
Listen, I want pretty clothes. Akechi will die repeatedly and just come back at a weirdo lantern, all for the sake of dressing up like a crow. He does not care. He's doing it for himself. Spicy chocolate. That's interesting. I can't handle anything spicy whatsoever. So... I definitely can't have that, but it sounds like it'd be good if your taste buds could handle it.
My boss offered me $20 to eat a ghost pepper today. And I was like, okay, and then like he was like, I was kidding. Well, fuck you then!
It's like you offered it to me.
Give me the $20 for this shit that I eat on the regular anyway.
Yeah. It's like you, like, why... Did he think, first of all, do you think you had, like, white people taste buds where, like, a lot of us can't handle spicy things?
Yeah, probably, because he's the whitest Hispanic dude I've ever met in my life. So he probably thought that I was in the same boat as him.
You'd be like, no, bro.
No, unlike you, I'm actually just not white.
Nor do I think I am. Nor do I act that way. Nor do I disparage
Nor
other
do I
fucking...
wish to be.
Yeah, nor do you disparage other goddamn races. God, but we're getting too real. I'm getting too real in the low-key scene chat. Sometimes you gotta.
I was telling my mom today, I was just like, I could understand if he was like an old crotchety white dude who was like, alright, there's some things you have to expect.
Yeah,
But no, he's
not.
Mexican and his wife is Native American and they're barely 50 years old. Like, I don't understand.
That seems to me like learned racism. Does that
I mean,
make
all
sense?
racism is learned, but...
Yeah, well, Colton... It is learned. How do I... Racist behaviors inherited from a racist white society to the point where it trickles to other ethnicities and racial groups. that make sense? Like, especially since with like the field of work that they're in and like the lifestyle that they're trying to present with themselves, they think that, or not they think, but they're not aware, really.
Oh, I love spicy shit, Blue. I love it.
Yeah, I wish I could eat spicy food, but I really can't handle it at all.
When I
Everyone
remember
else in my
once
family
I was
can,
in
though.
Arizona, I was at this Mexican place in Arizona, and there was this really spicy salsa, and I kept eating it, and I kept eating it, and then I realized that all I could taste anymore was snot and blood because it burned a hole in the back of my throat.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ!
It was so good, bro! I don't care!
Hey, I just got summoned by Jude. Hey, Jude.
Hi, Jude!
Yeah. I hope that's a Queen of Nothing reference. That's a dope-ass book.
I dislike most Korean food in general, which really sucked when I lived in Korea. Let me tell you.
The last time I had Korean food, I got horribly ill. So I think I was allergic to something in it. So I'm just like, I kind of just stay away from it. Because I know it's delicious, but I don't even know what it was that I ate. But like, I had to have been allergic considering how I reacted.
All I know is now the smell of Korean food gives me a panic attack, so that's good. Can't be around Korean restaurants.
Oh, that's too real. Alright, I'm gonna shut up so we can all listen to this good music. I don't know if you can listen to it without it, but you know what it sounds like. Faith says that she also once ate spicy food that burned a hole in her throat. Y'all are weird. I mean, I support you,
worth it, bro.
and I support and approve of you and your choices.
Because the only person I hurt by doing that is me, and I did not feel bad about it.
That's very true. Ow. The goop monster must die, so I may get clothes. Sorry, go on.
I also love s'mores. S'mores are probably my like ultimate comfort food, which is why I try not to eat them very often because I don't want to take away that effect. But I remember back before I moved out here, Wawa had this like s'mores hot chocolate, which was the fucking bomb ass diggity-est.
That sounds delicious.
God.
I think
It was
Starbucks
incredible.
may have a s'mores drink. Or maybe Dunkin' Donuts or something. Someone definitely has a s'mores drink.
So what I would do is, I would go to Wawa before work, because this is when I worked the night shift, and I would get a cup, big ol' cup, and I would do half of it with the s'mores hot chocolate and half of it with coffee, so that it like worked as coffee and still tasted like s'mores. Real fucking good.
We killed the goop monster, y'all. And my Beckoner died, but we got the souls, so...
That's all that matters.
Yeah, they got the souls. That happened to me the last time, like, and that was a New Game Plus one, where I kept getting summoned by the same person because they kept getting stuck. And the one born and he was trying to get away, and that killed him just as I was doing the final swipe. And so Prey Slaughter had popped up, and we got the echoes, and I'm like, God, I really hope he survived long enough. See if we can get someone else. So I want to get Bird Mom's clothes. Technically, I only really need the cloak. But I also need to get the Canehurst helm.
That's like the silver full head
Yeah,
helm, right?
it's with like the pointed beaked front and then like the silver hair in the back.
Hmm.
It's what Yuria is wearing in Dark Souls 3.
Oh, yeah.
She has
okay.
like a mixture of that and what the queen is wearing. God, I love these games so fucking much. They make me so happy, dude.
I remember I had to fucking beg you to play them.
You did, yeah, because I was too nervous. I thought I would fuck up and fail, and you're like, no, like, they help me focus, like they give me, make me feel productive, they give me something to accomplish. And then I got horribly sick, and I'm like, I'm gonna play Bloodborne. And the rest is history.
Yeah, because you gave up on Dark Souls 2 because it was like scary.
Yeah, I was playing the PS3 version, so there you go.
No, that's no bueno.
And then Brian gave me this, my brother gave me the PS4, and he's like, well, I did technically get it for you and for Bloodborne, so you should try playing it. And since I was horribly sick, I was basically bedridden or on the floor all the time. So I watched Pat and Paige play Bloodborne, and she was doing it for the first time, and she was terrified of everything. But he actually did really good coaching for her to help guide her through it. So I would watch streams, and then I would just pick up Bloodborne and try to play it, and take his advice to heart. And then had that guiding me, and then kind of figured out what I wanted to do, and now the rest is history. I think I have maybe over 1,000 hours across like 5 or 6 different builds. And my favorite is the Blood Tinge build. Alright, let's go kick ass. Branquello. And now I've played all the Souls games. Except for Demon Souls, because I love myself.
So, sorry I'm chewing, but... I did start Demon Souls. I did start it a while ago. And
yeah, go on.
It's not that Demon Souls is like particularly harder than Dark Souls, or it's too much different, or anything like that. The thing with Demon Souls is that it's just older. It's just older.
Yeah, it's jank.
So it's not as responsive. And
yeah,
it's a little jank.
It's pure jank, and since it's not as fluid or really as enjoyable, I guess. I mean, because there's a lot I like about Demon Souls, but it's not a game I'd want to play. I watch other people play it, and I've played. I think I got up to like the halfway point in that game, like when you have to go to the last boss of the Valley of Defilement. Like I got up to that, and I'm like, you know what? Never mind.
That's pretty far, yeah.
Yeah. Now, let me just watch it instead.
Fucking Cowboy's doing a walkthrough right now
Of that?
Souls.
Really?
And he's doing a pure magic build, and it looks really fun, actually.
Yeah, I've heard magic in that one. That's the reason why everybody hates mages in Dark Souls games, because magic was so fucking broken in Demon Souls that they've just held a grudge against them forever. Which is kind of funny, considering that in Dark Souls 3, pyromancies are pretty fucking amazing, and like dark pyromancies, like they found a way to be like, oh, you don't like mages, eh? Oh, what about pyromancies? By the way, pyromancy's the best magic. Haha, fuck you. Although miracles are fine too. Oh no, he's puking. Oh no. 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 Okay, we're fine.
But yeah, that kind of like, it almost makes me want to go back and try like an all magic build. So I've never really done an all magic build in any of the Souls games. Like, because my favorite thing to do is the spell sword. I like to put spells on the sword.
Yeah, me too.
The sword and then the spells. So.
I think it's probably worth a try, especially considering how broken some of that shit is. So, yeah. Oh shit! I didn't see him charging. Oh well.
Did he get you?
Also, I'm only playing on. Yeah, he got me. I'm also can only hear out of like, since I only have the PS4 headset, I can only hear out of one speaker, depending on how I turn my camera. So I didn't hear him go like, and then before he charges up the thing, and it is just like, and I'm like, oh god, that's how you know to get away. Or he just goes like, brrr. He just makes a lot of weird like kitchen utensil noises, and I'm like, okay.
We need to start you a GoFundMe so that we can get you a better headset.
That's true. Go fund me an actual headset because my ears are weirdly shaped, so earbuds cause me to be in incredible pain. Do it for the Krist. You hear that, doll? Do it for the Krist.
Because I have a, like, ear cups, like, over the ears. I
Yeah,
have a Sennheiser.
that sounds
Beautiful.
like it would be wonderful.
And it's lined with velvet. It's very comfortable.
Oh, that sounds very good.
Velvet line.
Yo, I can get... I got it, yo. I got it. Now all we need is the Moonlight Greatsword. And guess what? Then the Akechi cosplay build is fucking complete. Yeah. Yeah, look at our boy. He looks great. He looks good. Oh, let me fix the gloves. Because I got the bone ash gloves. That creepy. But yeah! Yeah. Oh, but he has gray, so it's the black. Yeah. Let's read some item descriptions. Okay, chat? Yeah. Isn't it perfect? Yeah, like this. Oh, it's absolutely perfect. I love it. And the filigree on the helmet. Let me try to angle it so you can see the helmet. It has it's hard to tell, but from the beak of the nose all the way up vertically to the back, it's looks like a Soraya will know what I mean when I say slug woman.
Slugman?
Yeah, it's a slug woman from the DLC. It looks like it's her, stretched from the back to the front, but it's really hard to tell.
I don't know that I remember her slug woman.
You'll see.
Where was she at?
DLC. You'll see. You will see her very shortly.
Which part of the DLC? Give me an environment.
Fishing Hamlet. But you see her before.
Oh, Naruhodo!
Yeah. But here's in the detail. Look at the filigree on it. Look at that. And then the little silver hair.
That fucking slug bitch. Fuck her.
Yeah, creepy ass bitches. Okay, let's read some item descriptions, chat. Let's read. Where the fuck's my head? Where's it at?
Where the fuck's my head?
Where the fuck is my head? That's what some of the Canehurst ghosts ask, because they're holding their head in their hands. Did you know that even the ones that aren't decapitated will scream out of the wounds in their throat?
Oh, cool!
That's fucking cool as hell. Yeah, like if you ever get a chance, you just want to go back and watch the stream. I put the monocular on and just looked around at all weirdo enemies as much as I could, and that was probably the most fun part. Okay. Silver helmet worn by the royal guards who protect Annalise, Queen of the Vilebloods at Canehurst Castle. This paper-thin silver armor is said to deflect blood of ill intent. It is what allows the royal guards to capture prey for their beloved queen, so that one day she may bear a child of blood. So, the reason why you collect blood dregs, is to give it to Queen Annalise so she can have a child of blood, similar to what someone else had in the game, that we will see perhaps shortly, depending on how I play. That's the reason why the Executioners don't like the Vilebloods. That's the reason why the Healing Church hates the Vilebloods, is because the Vilebloods are trying to do some weird raw shit on their own with blood that the Healing Church does not approve of.
Is blood.
Is blood. Yeah. And yeah, we got this, Danny, this is basically what the Akechi build is going to be wearing from now on. This is what I consider the cosplay build for him. Oops. And then we just have to get the sword that I want for him. And then we're done. Oh, I accidentally took off his clothes. The Crow Feather Garb. Attire worn by Eileen the Crow, Hunter of Hunters, known in particular for her crow feather cape. Hunter of Hunters dress as crows to suggest sky burial. Sky burial, I think, is, I know that they do it in Tibet. They may do it in some...
It's when the crows come and eat you, right?
Yeah, it's when, you get, like, funerary rites. This was from what I remember reading about it. So if I'm wrong, please correct me, guys. They do funerary rites, but then they leave you, like, they bring you to a very specific place out in the open so that, your body decays slowly into the earth and crows or other carrion birds can feed on you. It's like they give you back to the world, pretty much. So Eileen wears this because I'm guessing her role as a crow, as a hunter of hunters, as a carrion hunter, like it's similar to she's preying on hunters as well, to put them out of their misery, basically. The first hunter of hunters came from a foreign land and gave the dead a virtuous native funeral ritual, rather than impose a blasphemous Yharnam burial service upon them, with the hope that former compatriots might be returned to the skies and find rest in a hunter's dream. That makes me so happy, and also kind of nervous, because this suggests that even outside of Yharnam, people knew, perhaps, about... No, actually, wait. I stand corrected. That is where I think Gehrman may have gotten the idea for a hunter's dream. So when the Moon Presence was beckoned by Lawrence, and Moon Presence is like, "Old man, you're now my baby. What do you want?" And he's just like, "Excuse me?" And Moon Presence tried to find something to give to him to make him comfortable or happy. She replicated the Hunter's Workshop and called it the Hunter's Dream. Because if there's a story about, well, these hunter of hunters come from the outside, and whenever hunters get a little fucking wild and out of it, those are one of the hunters that will put you out of your misery. So he may have heard the legend of, oh, they do that because they want to send blood-addled hunters to a hunter's dream. So that's where I think the inspiration for the dream came from. And I also like the idea of a blasphemous Yharnam burial service, because the blasphemous Yharnam burial service seems to be what they're doing in Hemwick Charnel Lane, which is they take out organs and parts of your bones and use them in chalice rituals, and then they just burn you. So wherever it is that Eileen comes from, and where the Hunter of Hunters come from, they consider post-mortem evisceration and cremation to be horrible. Which is interesting, the idea that they respect corpses that much.
You gotta respect the corpses.
You gotta respect corpses.
Gotta do it.
Alright, you guys. We're level 82. I could... Oh, Cathedral Ward! I didn't go there yet. Will you be okay with Upper Cathedral Ward, or do you want to do Chalice Dungeon Co-op?
I don't know that we can do Chalice Dungeon Co-op yet.
Okay.
Just because I think you have to be at the point I'm at in the game.
Oh, Chalice, no, that doesn't matter. Like
It doesn't?
No, because I got into some guy's Chalice Dungeon where he was on New Game Plus, or I've been pulled into Chalice Dungeons of people who were at the last dungeon, and I'm not even there yet. So,
oh, okay.
And,
because I was like, we might have to wait for fire to happen.
Oh, right. I don't think
But
that
if
matters.
not,
Yeah, I don't think it matters, but... Okay, guys, so we're gonna...
Oh, we're gonna do this now?
Yeah, we're gonna do the Chalice Dungeon now. I'm gonna go to, Upper Cathedral Ward.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah. And Blue, do you mean give the blood dregs to the Queen? Because I have to do PvP for that, and I am terrible at PvP. I think I've done it only like once or twice by accident. I've never actually invaded people. I'm terrible at it. So I'll try to get a blood drag. I'll do my best, Blue. Before Akechi's adventures are over.
The PvP in this game is bullshit.
I'm just bad at it.
It's just a bunch of people dashing around each other.
Yeah.
Just trying to, like, parry spam.
Yeah. Yeah, basically. Or they have, like, intensely gimmicky builds that I can't... Like I said, the only build I had that was viable in PvP was the Blood Tinge one. The only one. Everything else I'm just like, I'm not good at this. Just go away. Oh, excuse me, Grandpa.
That's what I like about the Dark Souls PvP, is because there's so many different kinds of builds and so many different things you can do. Everybody you meet in PvP is gonna surprise you.
Yeah. And then it's almost kind of like even ground, since...
And then you'll get invaded by the fashion police.
Yeah. I did find someone in this game called the P5borne, but they didn't judge my outfit, thankfully.
I wish the fashion police had ever
Yeah.
invaded me.
For the guys who don't know what Fashion Police was an invader in Dark Souls 3 who would put, like a monocle or whatever on and inspect your outfit. And depending on how you were dressed, they would either applaud and then, like, leave your game, or they would, like, shake their head and put on different clothes to show you, like, this is what I think you should
No, they
wear.
would drop you the clothes. They would give them to you.
Okay, well,
They'd be like,
I thought they
"Use this."
did both, yeah, but, and then anyway, that's where they judge your outfit, and if they didn't like it, they would give you better clothes that they thought you should wear, and then when you put the clothes on, they would applaud and then leave. So that's just some person went around invading people specifically to tell them what clothes to wear. And I think that's fucking rad. Okay, guys, we're going to,
We're not gonna roll through those pots.
You're right. I don't like it because of how loud it is.
Oh, I love that sound. It's very satisfying to me.
There. Okay. Opened with upper cathedral key. This is, like Yharnam, this is the only place in the game with background music. And this right here is a bigger version of Ariana's little friend. Hey, Sarah! Yeah,
Those things are so fucking gross, bro.
yeah, I leave them alone because I feel bad for them. And there's actually this one whole group of them that, like, doesn't actually hurt you. And I've always felt awful for going after
They're
them.
so gross.
I know, but
he's disgusting.
I know, I just leave them alone.
I killed
But yeah, Sarah, these are the Akechi cosplay clothes.
I take a very fuck you approach to Soulsborne, where it's just like, kill them all, though. Kill them all.
Would Akechi do that, though?
Yes.
He sees these terrible baby monstrosities. He would. He'd put them out of their misery. Put Ariana out of her misery. Okay, we're gonna put this baby out of its misery. And you're right, it doesn't want to leave us alone. This one, this little ankle biter, and it is literally an ankle biter. It will bite your ankles. Oh, cool, thanks. I'm glad for your company, Sarah. Let's play keep away with the baby. Look how pathetic it is. Uh-huh. Ew, it just puked on me! Fuck you! You die now. Bye!
Yeah, see? Kill them all.
Kill them all, Peter! Also, notice that it didn't bleed red, it bled pale. The streaks of blood on the ground are red, but when we beat this thing, it has pale blood. And the Upper Cathedral Ward is this is the place where most of the church's secrets are kept. Like, this is like how Yharnam was where the School of Mensis had their dark secrets. The darkest secrets of the church are kept up here. And so far, these dark secrets are terrible, 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 terrible baby monsters.
Oh,
You're
they're so gross.
all staring at a clock tower for some reason.
They're like counting down the days until they can finally fucking die. They're
They're
just
actually,
like, the clock's not moving fast enough.
They're actually all... You probably noticed the direction they're looking in. Do you know...
Oh, I know, I'm just shitposting.
Oh, okay, okay. But these are the nice ones. These ones that are slowly crawling. Where are you going? What's happening over here? I'm gonna wait for them all to line up.
I'll get that big swing.
Mm-hmm. Actually,
Do you have a flame sprayer?
no, but you'll see what I just took out instead in like a couple seconds.
Oh yeah.
Clobbering time! No mercy for whatever the fuck y'all are.
Disgusting.
Akechi's putting you out of his misery, not yours.
I like how when you give them the big smack, they do flips in the air as they die.
They do? I didn't even notice.
Yeah,
Oh my
they're
god, they do!
Because the fucking physics engine is fucked up.
They just whee! Great Lake. Let's take a look at some of these statues. They're not looking too good. They're hooded and cloaked like the ones in Old Yharnam were, but these.
Oh, I never realized that was part of the statue. I thought they were all just covered in cloth.
Yeah, and,
Like
it could
they
be.
had like a tarp over them.
It could be, but I think it does look like cloth, but some of them look also like it's carved marble. But maybe it is cloth? Yeah, this one looks like cloth. That's a good point. Maybe it is. Anyway, these statues, they're hard to see, but they're... Honestly, they look like the standing version, older versions of what those crawly babies, these could be. Where they're just weird, deformed... We don't even know what's its... They're eldritch, I guess we could say. That's probably the best word for it.
They're gross.
They're gross. And also, this is the only place in Yharnam where you will find small coffins. Down below, there were large adult-size coffins that were chained up. This is the only place in Yharnam that has coffins the size for children. I forgot I have to watch out for my frenzy, because the frenzy meter on this goes up, and BAM! God, I hate y'all.
Wait, what frenzies you? How did you?
When they bite, when I said they're literally ankle biters, they bite your ankles, and you frenzy out from that, because your hunter's just like, why did it touch me? These are the kids' coffins, Jay. Oh, the blood on the feathers looks especially lovely. Excuse me, pros. Oh no! My brethren, no. No, my brethren. He's just gonna keep hitting me, isn't he? And I just missed him completely. Alright, I'm gonna save the hammer for the babies. Crows, get the sword. Why have I not locked on? I'm so used to being in like One Reborn mode where I don't lock on, I just swing wildly and I hit one of its 5,000 body parts.
I like that one. Woeful bird.
The woeful bird. Ow. Yeah, let's dance, buddy. Oh. At least I got the parry on him. He just hit me. Bye. Oh wait, Akechi's going on a full-on murder spree here in the Upper Cathedral Ward, and he just found some new clothes. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. We found the choir garb. Attire of the church, high-ranking members of the healing church. Oh, the choir. Sorry, attire of the choir. This is what Master Willem was wearing. These are clothes modeled after him. Members of the choir are both the highest-ranking clerics of the healing church and scholars who continue the work that began at Byrgenwerth. Together with the left-behind Great One, they look to the skies in search of astral signs that may lead them to the rediscovery of true greatness. When we went to Byrgenwerth, there was a hunter patrolling the bookshelves, dressed like this, and she beat our ass real good. She was from the choir. And she, from what I can tell, based upon the state of the world and what the choir's after, and what the Healing Church note said about how Master Willem was lost and taken away, I think the choir sent her to Byrgenwerth to be like, hey, go find Master Willem and figure out what the fuck's going on. So everything fell apart, and Master Willem became so obsessed with keeping Ram a secret that he ditched every part of the Healing Church and anything to do with it, and just stuck to Ram as a secret. Which, you know what, good for him. Can I get you through this door? Oh, I just turned around. Can I get you through the door? Oh, I can! Oh, that makes my life so much easier! Guess where we are, you guys? We're in an orphanage. The choir runs an orphanage. That's why there's babies and little tiny kids here. That's why there's kids' coffins here. The choir began in this orphanage. The orphanage, shadowed by the Grand Cathedral, was a place of scholarship and experimentation, where young orphans became potent, unseen thinkers for the Healing Church. The choir that would later split the Healing Church was a creation of the orphanage. So, remember how Yosefka 2 asked for us to bring people to her clinic so she can maybe cure them or figure out what's going on? And then she seemed to turn people into weird blue goopy alien things. And she seemed to have knowledge of the Eldritch and Arcane. She was not a member of the Healing Church, Yosefka 2. She was not a member of the Healing Church. She was a member of the choir, who infiltrated Yosefka's clinic, pretended to be her, because what better place to do medical experimentation on unwitting victims and people who probably won't be missed because they're sick and dying anyway than a clinic. The choir did that on orphans because, again, in meta that I've written on Loki Arsene about Wakaba's research, or just cognitive research in general, what I think sort of experiments and research has to happen for Wakaba to be as confident in her research as she was, that involves some form of experimentation. Whether or not it's extreme experimentation or just, oh, it's like magic therapy is up for debate. I tend to think it was probably more like magic therapy. But it still does require science experiments. And I know I shitpost and joke about how, like, I can make everything connected to Bloodborne, but there's actually a lot of interesting thematic parallels with Persona 5 and Akechi's backstory, or the cognitive research, killing God. The only thing that's really not in here is the gay. There's not a lot of gay in this. Unless you play as a female hunter, because then you could be gay for every lady NPC. So. Oh, and it's also, the Cordijo group in Persona 3 used orphans and, like, street kids and runaways in their Persona experiments. So, it's canon in the Persona universe that no one will miss orphans and they will test out anything they can on you. And that's actually true in the
I feel
real
like
world
that's
too.
canon in real life.
Yeah,
too.
I was about to say, like, that's true in the real world too. Like, maybe not so much now, but we're talking like Victorian era, or even like prior to that. Be like, well, who's gonna miss a bunch of street kids? Nobody. And yeah, I killed Yosefka already. I stabbed her dead. If you want to see it, Lala, scroll back to, let me see, I can give you the timestamp. Yosefka dies at... It was after Logarius, I think.
So for those of you who was wondering what I was talking about the other night, about how there's a specific moment in Bloodborne when you're like, oh, that's what this game is about. It's when you're like on the road to like infiltrating Yosefka's 2's like clinic, and you're in the forest, and you see the first little blue alien guy, and you're like, okay,
Yeah, then you're like,
that's happening.
like, that's, yeah, like, oh, this isn't a game about werewolf vampires anymore. This is a game about aliens.
It was about just like crazy gothic monsters, and then
Yeah.
it's like, oh, what the fuck is that?
It's
okay.
like, it's not just about that anymore. And what
Yeah.
I like is both Lovecraftian and cosmic horror and gothic horror, that's Victorian horror. That was the time period. Those are the scariest things that Victorians came up with to terrify themselves. So basically, it's just Dracula in space. And speaking of, when I was doing a bunch of grinding and helping people in co-op, I met a Dracula, I met an H.P. Lovecraft, I met a Nyarlathotep, I met a couple Castlevania characters. So that ties into my canon of Bloodborne is basically just Dracula in space.
I want a Dracula in space musical.
Oh,
That's what I want.
ah! The pitter patter of their feetsies. Anyway, this orphanage is a scary place. I don't like it. And I can shut the door. Sorry, no werewolves allowed.
Like, I don't think I'll ever forget the feeling that went through me when I saw that first little blue alien dude in the
Yeah.
forest.
That's a alien. That's what Willie said when he saw it.
Because it was one of extreme and utter disappointment. Because at that point, I didn't put together the Lovecraft thing somehow, so I was just like, oh, this is gonna turn into some stupid sci-fi bullshit, isn't it?
Oh my god.
And then I realized, like, once I got to Yosefka's clinic, I was like,
oh,
oh, wait.
it's like, oh no, like this is something else.
Yeah. I was like, oh no, we're in a simulation, it's science bullshit,
Yeah.
I was all upset, then I was just like, oh fuck, wait.
They're like,
Oh,
no,
fuck,
no,
I'm
no,
stupid.
yeah, no, Lovecraft.
I'm so
Like,
stupid.
no, Elder Gods, y'all, Elder Gods.
I don't know how I forgot about Elder Gods for a little bit there, but I totally forgot about it.
Listen, you might have forgotten about Elder Gods, but they didn't forget about you.
I know, and that terrifies me. I saw a post on Tumblr that was like, today I learned that because humans are three-dimensional beings, we can only conceive of other beings that are our dimension or lower, so like 2D sprites and things like that. But there are also fifth dimensional beings that exist,
Yeah.
that can see us, but we can't see them.
Yeah.
And then somebody added onto the post and was like, yeah, there's either 11 or 26 different dimensions, we're not sure yet, but it's one of those two numbers. And I'm just like, I hate everything everyone is saying on this post. This is the worst it's ever been.
So you know what that means, y'all? It means Elder Gods are real. It means that, and it's much like this game with Insight, where we could not see Amygdala chilling on the church until we had enough insight. It can see us, we can't see it, because we don't understand things yet. Our eyes have yet to open. Akechi's not having a good time in this orphanage, y'all. Someone who...
Has he ever had a good time
in an orphanage, but not this one specifically. He ain't. He's not doing too well. He's on a murder spree, but he's He's not doing too well. Frenzied cold blood. Jay wants to know if you've ever considered writing a cosmic horror novel.
Who, me?
Yes.
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 I have. Have I actually put the words down on the papers yet?
No.
But, but the question was, have I ever thought about it? Yes,
Yes.
I've thought about it. Why do you ask, Mr. J?
We just picked up a cosmic eye hunter badge. Let's read that, shall we? This is the symbol of an eye, and in the pupil of the eye is the cosmos itself. This is a badge of a member of the choir, elites of the Healing Church. The eye signifies the very cosmos, as was previously stated. The choir stumbled upon an epiphany very suddenly and quite by accident. Here we stand, feet planted on the earth, but might the cosmos be very near us, only just above our heads? That question ties into what Saray was just saying about how there's so many other dimensions, then things in those dimensions can perceive us, but we can't perceive them. The choir found a left-behind Great One in the Tomb of the Gods, and I guess they found a way to communicate, because since it seems like the Great Ones can communicate through dreams or telepathy, or if you're communing with them through blood in some way, that you can understand each other. So they brought the left-behind Great One back to the Cathedral Ward with them. I'm assuming they probably did a lot of excavating in tunnels, considering the size of this left-behind quote-unquote Great One. They probably couldn't just bring it up top and, like, march it through the town, so since Yharnam is built on top of these tombs and the labyrinths, they probably just found a way to bring it there.
Did we not get to the prospectors yet?
No, I haven't read their gear yet. I have been mentioning that the prospectors were the original hunters that Bergenworth brought with them into the tombs, and then, yeah. So, and if you need me to repeat anything, I'll happily do that, that's totally fine. But, this is why the choir and Mensis are going as far as they are, you guys. It's because they found a left-behind Great One. They're aware that there's other things out there to understand and know and perceive and experience, that because humans in their beastly idiocy cannot do it, because we're not evolved enough. They were so desperate to understand it and experience it. So every horrible thing that they've done has been in an effort to achieve enlightenment, let's say. And yeah, all the badges in this game are really, really pretty. Like, the Saw Hunter badge is cool and it has runes on it. The Crow Hunter badge is really pretty. Both of the Sword Hunter badges are nice. The Eye one, the Canehurst badge. They're all just... If I had, like, a little sash or something, I would totally wear all of those badges. Let's finish exploring the orphanage with its tiny baby coffins. Just look into the cosmos and remember wrath. Yeah, either that, Lala, or I'd wear, like, I'd put them all in my, pin them to my leather jacket. I'm bisexual, so of course I have a leather jacket.
Wait, I have a leather jacket. What does that say about me?
You're bisexual, ally.
I feel like I am through osmosis, just because, like, literally all of my friends are. Like, all of them.
Yeah, you're just bisexual ally, thus the leather coat. That's what
I'm here to go to war for you.
That's
what I'm here to do. So I have to wear the uniform.
That's actually kind of adorable. Yeah, this game is ridiculously detailed, you guys. Like, I said it before at the start of the stream, and I'll say it again now. It's that, it's storytelling through scenery as well as item descriptions, where it's just, you can look around and pay attention to architecture or statues, and I don't care if this guy takes my insight. I have 40 madman's knowledge sitting in my inventory. You just look around you, and that will give you information that will add on to what an NPC says, or what an item description says, or what a boss's name is. It's really, really cool. It's like a puzzle that you have to put together. It's a detective story. It was jamming one of its Cthulhu slug-like appendages into my brain and taking out the eyes that are in my brain, and thus taking away my insight. I call them Zoidbergs, but they're really more like Cthulhus. Let's see. I'll show you. See? They're just Cthulhus.
I definitely also called it a Zoidberg.
But they're super Zoidbergs.
With scuttles like him also.
Yeah. And it makes like that horrible sound.
Yeah.
And like the little wet splot in it. I'm like, that's the Zoidberg without his shell sound.
Except in this game, oh my god, you scared the shit out of me. I look over and you're there. Holy fuck. And except in this game, the Zoidbergs are not like Jewish coded.
No. We can talk to this desiccated corpse. He doesn't look like he's having a good time, though.
Oh no, he's desiccated.
Shh. Well, that didn't stop Mikolash. He's also pointed at the moon. Or towards... No, actually he's pointed at the clock tower. That's even creepier. So let's make a friend. Make contact. Oh god, I'm covered in blood. Jesus. Now, remember when I said that there is a gesture that you can do to the winter lanterns that will make them stop and not hurt you? It's this gesture. This gesture, make contact, is also used to do something that we find in the nightmare, and that allows us to quote-unquote communicate. It's like they understand what this gesture means. And let me look it up. I think it's... Someone found out the meaning of the gesture relates to some sort of mathematical degrees or a mathematical dimension, and it's like that's how... I don't know how to describe it. So let me look it up. Gesture meaning. Also, you change positions. So you move your arms. Okay. Make contact gesture is the hunter makes a right-angled triangle. It's significant because it suggested that if you ever meet an extraterrestrial being, the first thing you should do is draw a right-angled or Pythagorean triangle to demonstrate that you and the human race understand mathematics. In the absence of common language, the best way of signaling that you possess intelligence is mathematics. And it's to convince the ETs that you're trying to communicate with them. And this isn't just some crackpot saying it, it's Carl Friedrich Gauss used this Pythagorean right triangle proposal. Means that if we do run into aliens, we have to show that we know math. And apparently someone at FromSoft found that out, and so that's why the make contact gesture is a Pythagorean triangle. So two things from the nightmare understand this gesture. The Winter Lantern does, and something else that we have yet to see. And if you guys want, I can show you, I could do the gesture to a Winter Lantern, so you can see how she reacts. I don't think I'll survive it for very long, but it took people like 3 years to realize, well, math is the same in any language, Jay. But it took people 3 years to realize the make contact gesture has another purpose to it besides the one thing it does to another creepy being. It took them, yeah, it took people basically 3 years to figure out that the winter lanterns react to it too.
That's because people didn't have the courage to stop and
Yeah,
just
with
stand
her,
there.
with them, no.
Yeah.
How do people realize? It's people in these games try everything blue. They every possibility. They crack into the game's code to find out like any little thing possible. Like the guy who made Dark Souls 1, in Dark Souls you can pick a starting gift, which is like what item do you want to wake up with, and it could be a healing item, it could be this or that. And in Dark Souls 1 there's an item called the pendant. And it just says it has no meaning, but it may comfort you and remind you of home. And so when Dark Souls 1 came out and the developer was asked, "Hey, what starting gift would you pick?" He's like, "Oh, I would definitely go with the pendant." And he didn't answer why. And so people thought for sure, like, okay, the pendant has to have some meaning to it. So they broke into the game, they like looked at all the codes, they tried to figure it out, like they modded it, hacked it, and like the pendant does nothing. But they were so convinced it had to have some meaning because of what he said. So then when Dark Souls 3 came out, they asked him like, "Hey, so does the pendant do anything?" And he was just like, "Haha, no, I just like it." Good old Miyazaki. Anyway, let's go to the... Akechi wants to get away from the orphanage for a tiny second. So let's go to the Hunter's Dream, see if we can level up. Oh, I can get the Tomb Prospector clothes. And then I will go to the Nightmare Frontier, and I will do the gesture on a winter lantern. Hopefully I'll be able to survive it.
Have they seen them yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Most people found the One Reborn creepier, but they were a little spooked.
Welcome home.
See, I don't think the One Reborn is very creepy at all. I think he's just metal.
Desire?
No, the One Reborn is just this big goop monster, and the sounds he makes sounds like the singer of Duran Gray when he's doing like his crazy vicious monstrous shrieking. So I hear that and I'm like, oh, it's like a Duran Gray concert. So I'm like, I'm not scared of him. But
yeah,
the Winter Lanterns freak me the fuck out.
Very well.
Yeah, that's no bueno. I don't like that shit.
Especially because they're dressed like the doll.
Let me stand close.
And their head is made up of messengers.
Yeah, if nobody had told me either of those things, I would have never known. I would have just been like, creepy brain ladies who sing at me, I don't like you.
Yeah. But then once you know the details, you're like, wow, I don't like you even more. How could it get worse? It got worse. I wanna get Arcane up because I want to be able to use a Call Beyond, and a Call Beyond is like 40 Arcane. But a part of me's like, put it in Vit. So I'm just at 965. Put it in Vit. Let's do it. I mean, I guess I could. Yeah.
Well, don't you have to buff Arcane anyway for the Moonlight Sword?
Yeah, my Arcane is my highest stat at the moment. It's 30. My strength is 26, my skill's 25. So I think I'm doing pretty okay in terms of bumping up Arcane. And I can only level up once, and I'd rather put it in Vit just so I can get it to 23. And then, like, then when I go traipsing through the Nightmare, I will have so many friggin' echoes that I can just do whatever I want with that.
Good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Bye. Right, let's look up Tomb Prospector garbs, you guys. Attire of tomb prospectors who explore the old labyrinth on behalf of the Healing Church. The Healing Church traces its roots to Byrgenwerth and is therefore aware of the ruins' true importance. They contain much more than mere hunter trinkets indeed. They hide the very secrets of the old Great Ones, sought after by those with the insight to imagine greatness. Tomb prospectors... Okay, so if we're going to go with the generation of hunters here. Byrgenwerth found the tombs of the gods in the labyrinth beneath Yharnam. They had tomb prospectors, which were people who helped them chart a course through it, helped them dig it out, and probably were trained enough to be armed guards. And then when things kept getting pretty rough and dangerous, and beasts and stuff started emerging, that's when the old hunters were created, which are Gehrman, Lady Maria, Henrik. There's some other old hunters as well. Those are the ones who were born from the tomb prospectors. And they were sent out by the Healing Church in Bergenworth. But, okay, well, there's other stuff that's... Since the labyrinth is so deep and wide, there's evidence that this plague and this cosmic weirdness has happened in other places. Go out and take care of any of the problems that you find, and bring back what we need for it. Lady Maria and Gehrman specifically had something to do with that, but we'll get to that when we get to the Hunter's Nightmare. So, from the old hunters, while that was going on, Bergenworth was experiencing a huge schism, because first it was just Bergenworth. But from Bergenworth, the Healing Church formed. But then, from the Healing Church itself, there was Mensis and the Choir. And both of the Mensis and the Choir didn't perform transfusions the way the Healing Church did. Healing Church is more experimental medical things, more very hands-on, very visceral, involving blood. Mensis and the Choir wanted to ascend past that, the way Master Willem wanted to get away from using blood. Mensis people actually did a lot of really horrible sacrificial rituals. They're tied into the Hemwick Charnel Lane place. That's why you can find a lot of eyeballs and body parts and organs and bones there that you use in chalice rituals, because the Charnel Lane ladies were eviscerating corpses and giving the materials to Mensis to use in their rituals, which is why the One Reborn is a big goop monster. The One Reborn is the failed human sacrifices that the Mensis ritual put forth, all congealed into one thing. So Mensis ritual tried to ascend to the stars through using the blood and the body and the bone through visceral means, and that didn't work very well for them. Although, to be fair, they did get to a nightmare realm, and they were pulled in by a Great One, so Mikolash did think he succeeded, it just not the way he thought. And the Choir hung out on top of the cathedral ward, as far away from Yharnam as they could. They ran an orphanage, quote-unquote, where they figured, okay, if we're going to commune with the Great Ones, and we're going to get as far away from blood as possible, we want to do it by using this Great One that we have, because they found a left-behind Great One in the tombs, and they brought her to the cathedral ward, and they're like, okay, we're going to figure out how to be like her, figure out how the fuck she got this way. And so it's like, well, if we're going to do experiments, we're going to do it on people who will not be noticed if they go missing. Orphans. That's why a lot of the weird goopy baby things we've been fighting are in Cathedral Ward are babies. It's because they're orphans and Inquire experiments. Anyway, so that's the first generation of hunters. After Gehrman got pulled into the hunter's dream by a Great One, the old hunters are basically gone. The old hunters had either passed into the nightmare or they just stopped going out on hunts. Like, the first generation of hunters were fucked up. So the Healing Church is like, fuck, we need someone to help out. And then they go to Ludwig. You're a cool dude. You're an elite knight. Fix this problem. And Ludwig's like, shit, okay. So Ludwig goes to the normal people in Yharnam. And he's like, hey, you want to fuck stuff up? You see all these beasts? You want to kick ass? And he's like, and they're all like, hell yeah. So Ludwig, a church hunter, brought in regular Yharnamites to the hunt. And that had extremely disastrous consequences, because while all the blood transfusion was going on and it's cursed blood being spread around, and the choirs doing their weird shit to children, and the Mensis ritual, they're taking pieces of dead or freshly dead or maybe just dying bodies to use in their dark rituals. While all that's going on, Ludwig thinks all he knows is, oh, the Healing Church wants me to help and protect the city. So I'm going to recruit as many people as I can so we can be safe. And Ludwig doesn't know the full dark secrets of what's going on. And he may have an inkling of what's happening. He may have some suspicions, but he's given a task, which is, he's a soldier, basically. He's widely respected and admired and adored. You can see that in the item descriptions so far. And his task was protect Yharnam. Find a way to keep us safe. And that's what he did. That's what he dedicated himself to. And that's why we have his sword, and it's called Ludwig's Holy Blade. It's why this sword is imbued with some sort of strange magic called righteous damage, which means when I fight the creepy things at Canehurst or true alien abominations, this sword does extra damage to them because the righteous judgment and justice of Ludwig to get rid of all these mad, terrifying, monstrous abominations. Which, if you know what happened to Ludwig, is especially sad. But we'll figure that out when we get to the DLC. Anyway, that's the backstory of the Hunters. Where is it gonna go? Let's go fuck something up. Oh, let's go back to Cathedral Ward. Upper Cathedral Ward. Akechi's not done in the orphanage, you guys. Oh, no, you're welcome, Kay. I mean, you showed up, you said this was like your first stream, you're hanging out, you've been around since the beginning, so I didn't want to go too far into the game without you around to see how it goes. Because then, like, I mean, I know people don't mind catching up on the VODs, and I don't mind if people do that either, but this time seems to work well for people. About 5 o'clock Eastern Standard. Oh, it's definitely sad. Like, the story of Bloodborne is not a fully happy one, but it is one where you have to work to find hope in it. Because there is hope here, it's just you have to work incredibly hard to find it and make all this pain and suffering and monstrosity stuff mean something. Otherwise, it's just pointless suffering. These emissaries are also creations of the choir. This is what Yosefka 2 was doing. This is why I said Yosefka 2 has to have been part of the choir and not the church, because she was turning people into this. So she knows the process to make an emissary, and she used it at Yosefka's clinic on a fresh batch of patients. Communion. The fact that it drops a communion rune, and it drops the purest form of it, see how these ones are all faded? This is the clearest communion rune, and communion is about blood ministration. To commune with something means to make contact, it means to communicate, it means to reach out to and understand and bond. An emissary is someone you send out in order to make contact with something. It's an intermediary between one side and the other. It's like a messenger. But so a celestial emissary is something humanity uses, or in this case makes, in order to make contact with the cosmos. The celestial emissaries were created by the choir, and that includes Yosefka too, in order to find ways to bond with the cosmos. But we're not done here yet. We are in the Grand Cathedral. This is where we fought Vicar Amelia. This is at the top of the cathedral. It's the top of the healing church. All these secrets, these weird goober alien things, they have been hovering right over Yharnam, literally right over the people of Yharnam's heads. And they had no idea that this is what the choir was doing. That this is... It's a literal representation of what the choir discovered, where it's the sky and the cosmos are one. And the cosmos is there just above our heads, just out of sight and reach. Where, well, I guess they took a page out of that book, and so they hid all of their doings above the church. So people down below, people who go to the church to pray or to get transfusions, have no idea of what's happening up here. We just got a call beyond. This is what I'm building my arcane points for. One of the secret rites of the choir. Long ago, the healing church used phantasms to reach a lofty plane of darkness, but failed to make contact with the outer reaches of the cosmos. The rite failed to achieve its intended purpose, but instead created a small exploding star, now a powerful part of the choir's arsenal. At times, failure is the mother of invention. I don't know if you guys remember Yuria, when she clapped her hands over her head, and about 12 beams of light shot out. That's what a call beyond is she holds the phantasm in her fist, and a star explodes and hones itself and tries to destroy me, basically. We will see that attack very shortly. I'm leveling up my arcane so I can use it, and then I'll just show you guys. But, and these guys in the forest, they could do a tiny baby version of it. They could only do 3 though. But, yeah. And this is far below the Grand Cathedral. This is what's lying out of sight in the roots of the church. This is the source of all the church's blood. This is the holy medium that Alfred mentioned when he said that the church found a holy medium in the tomb of the gods. This is the source of their blood healing. This is what the choir found. This is the left behind Great One. Supposedly Great One. What do you guys notice about this right away? Besides, not necessarily just what she looks like, but what's happening here. Exactly, Kay. And who is she mourning? At the altar of despair is what looks to be the body of Rom or a statue of Rom. I think it's a statue, considering it's not Rom's full size, and there's candles on her and little flowers. Ebrietas is mourning Rom at the altar of despair, and you can actually I didn't notice that before, but she breathes, I think. Yeah, she's breathing. Oh wow, I never heard that before. We don't have to fight her, by the way. She's an optional boss. Completely optional. if you want to go further in the Chalice dungeons, you'll fight her because what she gives you allows you to go deeper in there. But considering that we're playing as Akechi, and he feels committed and beholden to ending this nightmare for good, and he sees how miserable she is, and just like he put Ariana out of her misery, he is going to do what he thinks is just. Pay attention to the color of her blood, by the way. She's the opposite of how Rom fights. Rom fights to keep us away. She fights in such a way where if we get close... Here it is, this is a call beyond. Oh shit. Yeah, I knew it. It's gonna be really hard for me to dodge that when I can't hear it, because there's sound cues for when you know to dodge it. So I may actually take my headphones out so I can hear it properly. Yeah, Call Beyond's fucking amazing. Yes, she's pale blood. Note that her name is Daughter of the Cosmos. She is the left-behind Great One. The Great One's abandoned her. Also, in her face, the cosmos is inside of her skull. There's stars inside of her. So, okay, I'm gonna take off the headset so I can hear it properly. So I'll just mute the mic, okay, guys? And then I'll be back when the boss is done. I'm really sorry about the hum earlier, guys. I picked up the Great Ease Chalice. Ease is one of the excavated labyrinth tombs. Ease is where they found Ebrietas, where the choir and the healing church in Bergenwood. That's where they found Ebrietas. That's why she gives you the chalice to get there. The chalice for this looks like an apple, which, let me double check this, but, I believe,
You don't even know how pissed off I was when I went through all of that effort to kill that bitch and only got a fucking chalice.
yeah, I only fight her I fought her once just so I could do chalice dungeons, but I feel so bad fighting her that I just don't.
I thought, because at first I didn't realize she was an optional boss, so
Yeah.
I was like, fuck, I gotta do it.
Yeah.
And it took me forever, and then I just got a fucking chalice, and I was just like, fuck this.
No.
All that effort for a fucking chalice that I'm never gonna use.
Anyway, yeah. I think, I could have sworn that in, like, early builds of the game, Arcane or one of the stat symbols was an apple, and then they changed it. But this is meant to represent, like, the tree, like, the fruit of knowledge, and stuff like that. Also, if you're keeping score, when I said Mikolash is like Maruki drinks apple juice, here you fucking go. Fuck you, Mikolash. Anyway. The Great East Chalice became the cornerstone of the choir, the elite delegation of the Healing Church. And the reason why it's the cornerstone is because that's where Ebrietas is from. It was also the first great chalice brought back to the surface since the time of Bergenworth, and allowed the choir to have audience with Ebrietas. So, this chalice is how they were able to commune with her through blood. And I find it, really sad that we can't communicate with Ebrietas, but after we beat her, we get the chalice that was used to communicate with her. But Akechi did what he came here to do. He stopped whatever was happening. We didn't stop what was happening in the orphanage, but he avenged those fucking orphans. And he put Ebrietas to rest. I'd also like to point out that Ebrietas has both pale blood and human blood. That's why I'm covered in this blood. Let's go back to the blood she was spitting out. When it hit me, that caused me to frenzy. So the blood she spits out is some special type of blood. I think it's like old blood, because just having my hunter be hit with that blood caused him to freak out. Like, he just having it on him made him panic. And since it comes from her head, and her head is literally the cosmos, that seems to me, this is gonna sound nuts, but follow my train of logic here. Odin, a great one, Odin, is just a voice. Odin uses blood to connect and communicate, whether it's human blood or not. So, what if the cosmos, if you can tap into the cosmos, if you're a daughter of the cosmos, such as Ebrietas, you bleed pale blood because you're a great one, but what if the blood you spew out from your cosmically inspired and touched head is red blood, because Odin the Great One is the source of, well, not the source, but he's bound to any type of blood. So she spits red blood on you, and that makes you frenzy because you don't know what the fuck that is. But she bleeds pale blood. So that's how I've been able to explain it. Like she's pulling blood from the cosmos.
I'm gonna dip out of this stream. I got a huge headache.
Oh,
Had a
okay.
big day.
Alright. I love you. Please feel better.
Okay.
And bye. Yeah, ain't that some shit? I have also seen theories that say Rom is kin- not Rom, I'm sorry. Ebrietas is kin of the cosmos. In fact, let me find that. Ebrietas kin. Is Ebrietas kin or a Great One? Aha! So I'm just going to read from here. This is what ties into my theory about how Rom was ascended from human to a Great One. So that makes Rom kin. The reason why Ebrietas is mourning Rom is because Ebrietas understands or feels a kinship with Rom. So if Ebrietas sympathizes with the death of a kin of the cosmos, that would mean that she herself is kin. And look at her name. Her name is not... She's not a Great One. It's a daughter of the cosmos. She is a descendant of the cosmos, not of the cosmos itself. So I'm not going to read the full lore thing here. It is pretty long, but I am going to pick and choose and read some lines that I think answer our questions about Ebrietas. So my theory was that she was pulling blood from the cosmos to spit on you. This theory, or this lore, states that Ebrietas is kin because she's ascended. Let's see. We know of no other Great One described as left behind that has come into contact with the choir other than Ebrietas. The description indicates the choir and Ebrietas began working together to make contact with the Great Ones. This also makes sense when we consider that Ebrietas is not hostile towards the player to begin with, indicating a tolerance and relationship with humanity. So why did they search among the cosmos? The choir received the epiphany that the cosmos is very close by, but they also knew that Ebrietas, along with other Great Ones, existed in close proximity. So because of this, they used Ebrietas' phantasms, which are weird little sluggy things that exist inside her, to try to reach out to the cosmos. Let's see, what else? Ebrietas bleeds two kinds of blood. The first is the common red blood, like red blood cells, that she will spit at the player. The second is blood with a clear serum-like color, like plasma, and is seemingly the predominant type of blood she has. This serum-like blood is not only found in Ebrietas, but also in other creatures related to the Great Ones. The serum blood is a contested blood type, a careless merger of Yosefka's blood vial, which we have, by the way, and quote-unquote brown blood. Many kin enemies have blue-gray blood, and other enemies supposedly bleed serum blood actually have red blood. Which is big and confusing and strange, so let's see how we can unpack this. Something about being ascended to a Great One status or being elevated to be able to commune with some part of the cosmos seems to transform some part of your body on a molecular, cellular level. Thus, the pale blood and the red blood. So if a Briatus like Rom it was ascended to a kin, that would make sense why she has two types of blood. Because she's not fully a Great One. She's close to it, but she's not fully. So she still retains human blood. If that makes any sense to you guys. Now, I don't have enough to level up, so... yeah, thank God for the VODs, you can always go back if you want. But also the Bloodborne lore is really confusing. So I cannot blame you for being a little confused just in general. But okay, we beat a Briatus. We are level 83. Let's see what the DLC can do for us. To get to the DLC, we have to go to a very specific part. Of Cathedral Ward. So let's go there now. I'll be right back, you guys. I don't think there is, Jay, but also, at some point it just, in like New Game Plus and whatnot, it just, you require so many echoes to level up, and the stats get diminishing returns the higher you put the points that it just doesn't even matter anymore. You might as well just not level up.
Curse the fiends, their children.
we are in the Hunter's Nightmare. This is the DLC. After we beat Vicar Amelia, after the time in Yharnam turned to pure night, we received this. The Eye of a Blood-Drunk Hunter. Its pupil has collapsed and turned to mush, indicating the onset of the Scourge of Beasts. A hunter who goes drunk with blood is said to be taken by the nightmare, destined to wander forever, engaged in an endless hunt. It is a fate that no hunter can escape. The amygdala that hangs out on the side of the building in the church will only teleport us to the nightmare if we have this on us. Because the amygdala can teleport us through the cosmos, through the cosmos, the amygdala is how we got to the Nightmare Frontier the first time. She grabbed us. Oh no, that's another way to get in there. She can grab you and she'll crush you in her hand. And I'm getting some water, hold on. By being crushed in her hand, she basically teleports us or transmutes us or forces us through another plane of reality through the cosmos. And that's how we get to the Nightmare Frontier. That's how we get to where amygdala is. So the amygdala that's outside of the chapel in Cathedral Ward can take us to the Hunter's Nightmare only if we have this, because since she can teleport us through time and space or different realms of reality, if we have this, it acts as like a magnetic beacon that takes us to this specific nightmare, which is the Hunter's Nightmare. It's not the same as the Nightmare Frontier. It's not the same as the Nightmare of Mensis. This is a nightmare comprised of and made for hunters. So that's how we got here. It should be looking very familiar to you guys, considering where we just were. The moon, or the sun, whatever it is, looks like a crushed eye. It looks like the crushed eyeball of the hunter that we have on us. Oh shit. When that hunter dies, he makes the exact same death animation sound as we make when we're teleported back to a lantern. We're in an amalgamation of Yharnam that's forever trapped in the hunt. We're not alone here. There are other hunters. And you have another hunter here. He's got a boom hammer, which shows exactly what it says on the tin. Oh, he's coming after us now. Oh, there's two of them now. Holy shit, there's two of them. Guess what? Every single weapon we see the hunters here use, I can get these weapons. All the clothes they're wearing, I can get those clothes. Whoa. That one's tricky because of its wind-up. There we go. It goes back so far that I'm never actually sure when the wind-up fully is. And they're just afraid of the sight of me, which is really fucked up. And yeah, it's literally called a boom hammer. Yes, these hunters have gone completely blood drunk. They're far beyond saving. These are the types of hunters that Eileen tries to kill before they can reach the nightmare, because she thinks killing them while they're still somewhat human, before they go fully mad and are taken by the nightmare, is a mercy. But these hunters have been taken into the nightmare, and they're here almost forever, really. Like, they fight any beast that they see, but they also fight any human that they see. It's just, everything to them is prey. They can talk, actually. I don't know if you're able to hear it over the sounds, but they say things like, more blood, you rotten beast. Like, they see us as prey, and they're just so desperate to kill and to just spill blood and to get more blood from us. They're gone. They're completely gone. Oh, that statue scared me. Beast cutter. trick weapon wielded by the old hunters. This thick iron cleaver slices through the toughest of beasts' hides, and when transformed, the blade splits into sections, allowing one to lash it in the fashion of a heavy whip. This crude weapon relies on brute force and is regrettably inelegant, suggesting that the hunts of the earliest hunters made for horrific affairs, painted in sanguine blacks and reds. It's a mace when it's not transformed. However, this is what the guys I've been fighting have been using. It's not upgraded, so it doesn't do too well, but those are overheads. These are side-to-side swipes, huge range. So like incredible crowd control. Like if you're swamped by something, just... It's almost like a 360 arc of how you can attack. If you guys want me to upgrade it and test it out, I can do that. I don't mind. Oh, he's stuck. Hey, buddy. Yeah, it is like a whip. The boomhammer, I think, is probably the coolest because you ignite the back of it, and that's what makes it spray fumes or spray fire. That's what he just turned it on right now, see? And what I love about the sound design in this game is every time they swing, like, hold on, listen to this. You can hear the weight of each weapon. So every time he swings the boomhammer, you just feel and hear how heavy it is as it moves through the air. The sound design in Bloodborne is fucking fantastic, and the only Dark Souls game that sounds anywhere near as good as Bloodborne's sound design does in terms of weapon motions and whatnot is Dark Souls 3. So I really can't wait to replay that because that's almost beautiful. I'm doing a lot better than I thought I would. Old hunter trousers. Even if I do jinx it, that's fine. I really like the DLC. I actually think it's my favorite. Oh. But even if I die, I opened up a shortcut, so I'm okay. Ah, shit. There we go. The old hunter cap. I'm gonna temporarily say goodbye to this mask because the old hunter cap We got this, but you're back at the orphanage. Members of the choir are both the highest-ranking clerics of the Healing Church and scholars who continue the work that began at Bergenworth. The eye covering indicates their debt to the teachings of Master Willem, even though their paths diverged. Old hunter cap, with a wide brim that hides their sharp gaze. In the old days when hunters were 10 a penny, this was part of their standard garb. I like this. This hat. I think we're gonna rock this for a little bit. Yeah, there's no other item over here. There is also another whip in this game called the Threaded Cane. I just didn't get it. Although that is a good weapon. That big Cthulhu monster is guarding this version of the Grand Cathedral. Oh, so he's using the cosmos to enchant his axe. He does not want us to get close to the Grand Cathedral. As you can see, because he just killed me in one hit. That's fine. I open up the shortcut. I can get back there in 2 seconds. Yeah, the Hunter's Nightmare is full of scary shit. Yeah, Akechi's in over his head. However, that will not deter him. Sorry. I didn't know he would do a leaping attack, so it did kind of surprise me too. Excuse me, you assholes. Old hunter garb. Well, this looks cool, actually. Joker could probably wear this, too. Yeah, this looks really rad. It's tattered, but, there's red inside the folds, and... Hold on, let's see if I can get as close. There's the belts, but then there's like a gold brocade on the front of it. It's kind of hard to see that though. There we go. And this looks like a prototype of the cloak that this is the prototype of this. Where are my echoes? Okay, one of them had my echoes. Yeah, we're just not gonna go near that guy. technically the Hunter's Nightmare is like the Old West. That's our destination. That is the Astral Clock Tower. That is also the nightmarish approximation of the Upper Cathedral Ward, where we just were back in Yharnam. Where that giant Cthulhu guy came out of, that was the Grand Cathedral. Yeah, the Hunter's Nightmare is honestly beautiful, like just the way it's designed. Because it's familiar, because you've been all over the place in Yharnam, so you recognize it, but... Also, please pay attention to the fact that we're taking shelter in the desiccated corpse of an amygdala. Where were you throwing that, buddy? See, that made a little more sense. Their Molotovs are now grenades. They've upgraded their technology. I've never got hit by that move before. Boomers are really living up to their name now. Yeah. This whole nightmare is like, hey, you hate boomers? Guess what? You get to fight nothing but boomers. Boomhammer is my new best friend. Every single DLC weapon I think you guys will love dearly. There's one that's absurdly named a whirligig saw. And it's just mwah, it's perfect, just chef's kiss. It's the absolute perfect weapon. Delayed Molotov. That's what they were throwing at me. Also, these guys have bloody bags or like a bloody rag tied to their head. Let's get over to one of these guys. Yeah. Yeah, they have like over their face. But they're beasts. Or they're as close to being a beast as they can be. You got me. The guy always gets me. Always scares me. hammer. This is the boom hammer, guys. It is a pretty versatile moveset, honestly. You have to keep hitting L2 to turn the furnace part of it on. If you guys want, I can upgrade the DLC weapons and we can play around with them for a bit. They're really cool. A trick weapon used by the old hunters, crafted by the workshop heretics, the powder kegs. A giant hammer equipped with a miniature furnace. When ignited and fired, it emits a volley of flame that explodes furiously upon impact. Crush the beasts, then burn them. The brute simplicity of the boom hammer was favored by hunters with an acute distaste for beasts. Yeah, like I said, all DLC weapons are really fucking great. It's just, that one's not upgraded at all, so I can't do much with it yet. Also because my greatsword almost does like 500 base damage, because that one's upgraded almost to max, so. The beast cutter I really liked as well, because that's like such amazing crowd control. That's just the name of it because you can transform it. It's a trick because it hides secrets. This is a hunter transfigured into a beast. And yes, you can actually get this build. You can be transformed like that. Yeah, that's a charge up for the attack. You scream that way to boost your attack. And now that I killed him, he went back to being a human. I broke the spell. Firing hammer badge. Of the old Auto workshop, precursor to the workshop of the heritable powder kegs. The workshops are all different factions of hunters and what weapons they use. So the Auto workshop is what not gave birth, but that's what led to the powder kegs, which is what led to Boomhammer and stuff like that. Powder kegs were driven by singular ideas and crafted strange weapons of great intricacy. It is clear that the philosophy of the powder kegs was already established at this time. So the powder kegs had this idea of making big, strange, explodey weapons that were considered inelegant and almost monstrous in how they functioned and just how they were designed, and there was just nothing, I guess, how do I put it? There's nothing graceful about slamming a giant flaming hammer down on something to kill it, or using a beast cutter, which is a almost 360-degree chain whip, to annihilate whole swaths of your foes. To the church, it takes out all the dignity of a hunt. Quote unquote dignity. Old top hunter hat. We can also wear this hat. Which I like this one better because there's medallions wrapped around the mask, which almost seem like it's hard to see, but they're chain, not necessarily chains, but they seem like some kind of charms, like a holy charm, and it's wrapped in place to keep the mask in place. And plus, it's a little fancy top hat, so I like this better. We're gonna rock this. This could also be an outfit that I think, this is an outfit you could probably have Joker wear if you do a cosplay build of him. This, friends, is the River of Blood. Not surprising, a bunch of flea mosquito ladies are here to get as much blood as they can and to spit blood back at me. However, there is a shortcut very nearby, so I'm going to do my best. Nope. As I say, I'm going to do my best and then I die. You know what's really sucks about that is you can see a door in the background near the lantern. That's the shortcut. I was this close to opening up a shortcut. Oh well. I can get back there pretty quick. He does look very fancy. That's another thing I really like about P5borne. It's like, it's violent, it's vicious, it's terrifying. You can wear really pretty clothes. Oh, shit. I thought I had timed it better than that. They do have guns. What's even smarter about it is they're standing on the switches. So if I get close to them, and if they have a gun hidden, like this guy, if you went up to him, he would have stepped on the switch and I would have got shot by this, because it's angled in such a way where it won't hit him if he stands here. It'll hit you if you stand here. Sneaky, sneaky. Ugh, get out of my way! Thank you. He went back to his home planet. Let's open up this shortcut. But what have we here? This looks like... Or first of all, this man... No, he's not giving me the finger, but this man looks distraught. He also looks like a Jesus hobo. And we can also actually talk to him.
You're a hunter with your sanity, aren't you? Must have taken a wrong turn, then, eh? Well, we're more alike than you think. This is the hunter's nightmare, where hunters end up when drunk with blood. You've seen them before. Aimless, wandering hunters slavering like beasts. This is what the four fools have to look forward to. So, don't be brash. Turn back before it's too late. Unless you've something of an interest in nightmares.
Akechi finds nightmares fascinating.
Oh yes, I see. You sense a secret within the nightmare, and cannot bear to leave it be. As if the spirit of Bergenworth lives on within you. Such inquisitive hunters will relish the nightmare. But beware. Secrets are secrets for a reason, and some do not wish to see them uncovered. Especially when the secrets are particularly unseemly.
So he just compared my curiosity about nightmares to how Bergenworth is, with their endless curiosity, and how ruthlessly they pursue knowledge and answers. And his warning, beware, some secrets are secrets for a reason, is not meant to threaten us. It's meant to let us know that, you know, there are some things, some knowledge, some truths that we're not meant to know. There's a reason why we keep this stuff hidden. And he's clearly not happy to be here. He's like, I must have taken a wrong turn, if you're a hunter with your sanity. I forgot how annoying that bridge is. Sorry guys, hold on. So he's not happy to be here. And yet, despite the fact that he's sane just like us, and he doesn't want to be in the nightmare, and he found his way here, he either can't or won't leave. Considering how he views the nightmare and finding nightmares fascinating, I don't think it's that he won't leave. I think it's that he actually physically cannot leave the nightmare. Which makes it a little worrying to wonder, well, how did he end up here then? Like he says, some secrets are secrets for a reason. And this is another garb that we found. Once upon a time, a troop of foreign constables chased a beast all the way to Yharnam, and this is what they wore. The constables became victims of the beast except for one survivor, who in turn devoured the creature whole all by himself. This fable is a favorite among Yharnamites, who are partial to any stories of pompous, intolerant foreigners who suffer for their ignorance. It makes the blood taste that much sweeter. So, this is telling the story of the leader of the League, or the man who founded the League. The League came about because one hunter became so enraged when he was stalking a beast that he devoured his prey. That story became a favorite among people of Yharnam, because who are intolerant of outsiders, who view them with suspicion and scorn and see them as just diseased and inferior. And yet, that line, it makes the blood taste that much sweeter, suggests a ruthlessness and a predatory nature of Yharnam on how they view everyone outside of their city. Where they enjoy hearing about stories of foreigners failing and suffering, because I don't think it could literally mean their blood tastes sweeter, as in when outsiders become victims of the hunt, it tastes better. to devour such ignorant, stupid prey, or it could be figurative, where the Yharnamites enjoy these stories of foreigners' ignorance and folly because their hatred makes thinking of the outsiders' failures and suffering that much more enjoyable. It's like your hate seasons the joy you feel through the story. But yeah, secrets are this game has a lot of really cool lines. Secrets are secrets for a reason is one of my favorites. An upcoming boss has a few really good ones that I like a lot. God, we only have 9 vials. There is another shortcut up this way, so I'm gonna make a mad dash for that shortcut. And ignore all these horrible ladies, because I hate fighting them, they suck. Once I get rid of these foes, we'll take a look at what's on the ground. A lot of angry crows here. Yeah, so, you know, there's the skull people, that's fine. And then there's this. There's bodies rising up out of a river of blood. And they only get up if I'm close to them. These are a representation of how many people have died in hunts. How many people, how many sick people, how many innocent people, how many people were killed by the choir, how many people were killed by the healing church, how many people died at the hands of Bergenworth. That's what these bodies are. These are all the people that their blood contributes to this river of blood. And there's just countless ones, piles and piles and piles of them. All this life wasted because of the hunt, because of what the healing church does. So many lives wasted. And that's not, they're all over the place, by the way. Like, there's gonna be more of them. Constable's garb. Yep, but it's gonna get pretty bad, you guys. It's the Hunter's Nightmare is a nightmare for a reason. Like, it's... See, the River of Blood continues through that gate. The little thing to like about this is you see like carriages just randomly thrown up as a decoration along the side. Oh, by the way, he has a cannon now. There's something a lot worse than... There's two things that are a lot worse than piles of bodies that rise up only when they see you. Yeah. Did I mention that Bloodborne is a horror game? We can get that weapon, by the way. A smaller one that we can carry, but yeah, he's got a weapon. And that weapon is a cannon. The only canon I want around here is the knowledge that Akechi is canon, okay? Jade, no. Not even vague hints, nothing, not even that vague, but I can't, and this is not personal to you, Jay, but like, I can't stand vague hints at things like that, where it's just like, oh, you'll see, but like, no, just, some people don't want to hear even that, just no. Just nothing, just stop it. And like I said, it's not personal to you, I'm not saying that to snipe at you specifically. And I'm guilty of sometimes doing little vague things like that too, but I'm just like, no, just, I have to actually stop myself from doing it, because I'm like, I don't like it. But again, we're going to take these guys out, because the only cannon that is allowed here is Akechi. 5 check. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. He's wearing a white church hunter garb, and he's as big as the giants that the church employed on their hunts, which makes me think this is a bizarre, cosmically monstrous manifestation of that. He can't see us. He is, however, now using the cosmos to make himself stronger, so we have to be wary. Oh, remember how I said that a lot of statues in Yharnam look like they're raising their hands to the sky to plead or beg for something? Now that we know that there is something within the cosmos itself that is peering down and reaching back out to Yharnam, those statues make a lot more sense. That's what I wanted, 6 blood vials. Butcher mask and trousers, let's look at that. Thank you, yeah, the crow feather, this is, I'm not wearing the mask that I want, but this is basically the Akechi cosplay build. This is the outfit you would want him in, if you want to do a cosplay build for him in Bloodborne. The mask of the Madaris twins, denizens of the Forbidden Woods, likely belonging to the older of the two. The twins grew up in silent kinship with a poisonous snake. Eventually, they learned human ways and became hunters. When they discovered vermin even in their beloved snake, the younger brother is said to have murdered the older. So, the Madaris twins lived in the Forbidden Woods and were taken into the the League of Confederates, who specifically hunted vermin. Because they were told to look for vermin and impurity and filth, all League members now see vermin and filth in their prey, or basically in any living thing. Like the root of impurity is in the blood. Well, snakes have blood. So, excuse me, ow. So I think the reason why there's a bunch of snakes in the Forbidden Woods is not only related to like the beast plague and whatnot, is that there was some strange poisonous snake epidemic in the Forbidden Woods because they were so close to the Tomb of the Gods, which is where the old blood and the forbidden blood and the poison and beastly blood is, and that got into the fauna and flora of that region, snakes especially. The Madaris twins, who were raised in the woods, had a pet snake, but that snake was one of the corrupted ones. And they found, and since they were taught to look for vermin in things, when they found the vermin inside of their own beloved snake, they turned against each other in madness and rage. Both the twins became hunters and brought back and dissected their beast prey in order to support the villagers in their forbidden research. So the Forbidden Woods is not just forbidden because it connects to Bergenworth and the Tomb of the Gods, but what they were doing in the village itself is forbidden. The Forbidden Woods has a secret passage that leads to the back of Yosefka's clinic. And in fact, there is an empty grave behind her clinic where you can access the woods really easily. So that to me suggests that the Forbidden Woods had some ties to what the first Yosefka was doing. And they were a part of some research perhaps into the Ashen blood, considering that's where we find a lot of poison, and that's where we find things in Old Yharnam. I believe I linked the first or the second part of this P5borne playthrough, I linked to Aegon of Astora's Let's Talk Lore with Bloodborne. I think he has a whole video set on what he believes was happening in the Forbidden Woods, so I won't try to quote from memory there. I will just encourage you guys to go look up what Aegon of Astora has to say about it. And yes, I did summon one of them Darius twins. And you can actually summon one of them here. I can summon the younger twin. I won't, though. There's a lot more corpses now. The River of Blood begins in there. Before we go in there, I'm going to go back to the dream to cash in all those echoes, because... And I'm gonna futz around with some weapons and see what I can do there. Also, look how we're just absolutely drenched. Oh wait, before I go, there is something I wanted to do here. Oh, come on. Do you see that shadow? On the wall right across from me, like right on top of where my hat is. Oh, shit. Well, that works too. Come here, buddy. Basically, I pissed off a lot of crows, and this guy fell down with me too. That's okay. Ugh. The lantern's right there, so that's fine. Wait, why are you confused? You can actually, get him to drop down quicker. The shadow thing? Okay, well... Right where the reticle is, see? He's right there. He's standing up there. And he jumps down. Come on, buddy. God, I love that weapon. It's so cool. Listen, I just need you to die, sir. Do you mind? Do you mind? Do you mind terribly? Do you mind terribly? Do you mind terribly, really? There we go. And now I'm finding vermin in their blood. Which means that my hunter is kind of losing it. While I'm not part of the League anymore, I'm now seeing vermin in some of these hunters' blood. And I shouldn't be able to see that. Also, pay close attention. Oh, she fell already. We missed this, but this fell from the sky. She fell from somewhere in the sky. This is the whirligig saw. This is what I think people will really, really like. It's a mace, you know, pretty standard, not bad. The best is this, though. Hold on. Let me get my stamina back. The best is this. Because I can just walk. And just tear through enemies. This is the pizza cutter, everyone. This is what I normally use on my strength builds. Because the pizza cutter is the fucking... And also, let's throw off some of its trick moves. R1, L1, R1, L1, R1, L1. So you can attack, transform, attack, transform, attack. Yeah, pizza cutter is definitely the cooler name for it. I do like that it's called a whirligig saw. A trick weapon crafted by the powder kegs, and a weapon of choice for the old hunter Valter, the beast eater. Valter is the constable that ate the beast in the legend that the Yharnamites love. Valter is also the name of the League Federate's main hunter. This weapon pummels beasts in its mace form, but its true strength lies in its attached mechanical saws. These discs, lined with serrated teeth, spin rapidly, thrashing the flesh of beasts into fine shreds. Yep. But the weapons in this game have honestly spoiled me so much that fighting in other games just isn't as fun anymore. Because I'm like, I can have a fucking pizza cutter. I can hold the cosmos in my hand and shoot stars at people. I can have a giant chain whip that attacks in like 320 degrees in all directions. I can have a boom hammer, so I can have a furnace hammer in my hand. I can have a katana that uses my own blood to attack somebody. Like, there's just this... Ugh. And if you guys like cool weapons, like you think Bloodborne's got some fucking cool weapons, which it does, just you wait till you see Soraya and I go through the Dark Souls games. That's how I feel, Faith. I'm like, what, man, why can't Akechi get a pizza cutter in the third semester? And then I was telling myself, I'm like, you know, his red sword does look like a flamberge, which is a type of greatsword. So I was like, alright, and it does have serrated teeth. So I'm like, okay, technically he does get a whirligig pizza cutter.
Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Oh wow, I'm 1,000 off. Right? Wouldn't that be fun, Faith? So the whirligig does 235 now. The boom hammer does 357, which is very good. The beast cutter does 160. Still need to make it a little better. What I'm doing is I'm adding blood gems that increase some of its stats. Normally when it's a strength weapon like this, I just add the blue numbers. The highest blue number, I just add to it. Sometimes I will look to see what its effects are. Like, sometimes it adds a fire attack to it, but that takes away all its physical strength. And sometimes it'll add, you see this? The fire blood gemstone so whenever I attack with this weapon, it'll automatically set things on fire, which isn't bad, but it does take away all the strength in this strength weapon, so I kind of don't want to do that, although it would be useful. But there's also fire paper, which is you just put that on your weapon and then it has a temporary fire attack, so I could just do that. But the benefits of a blood gem is that effect is always on it. Yeah, boom hammering Shido would be fucking great. I agree. Now it does 326 damage. Okay. Let's head back to the nightmare. You may want to turn your sound down a little bit. Because the next part's going to get pretty loud. The music is fantastic, so I did lower the sound effects to about 3. So hopefully that's not too loud for you guys. I just can't turn it down anymore for myself because then I won't be able to hear it properly. But I know it's loud, but I just don't want it to be too loud for you guys. However, the music in this is so fantastic that I don't know, it's up to you. If you could handle the sounds that have been happening in this game so far, you should be fine. Yeah, like I said, I turned down the sound effects to 3. And I'll put the voice to 4. And if that's still too loud, I'm sorry. Yeah, but just be warned, okay, guys?
Please. Help us. An unsightly beast. A great terror loose. This is coming. Have mercy. Have mercy upon us.
This is Ludwig. This is the hunter that the church picked. This is Ludwig. We have Ludwig's holy blade. It's named after him. Ludwig was the first church hunter. Ludwig was the guy the church turned to and said, hey, things are getting worse, make this right. Fix this. So Ludwig is the one who went to the streets of Yharnam and recruited normal Yharnamites to the city, from the city to the hunt. That's why he is in that pit of corpses at the head of the river of blood. Because the nightmare, or he himself, holds himself responsible for all of these dead people, all of this suffering, all of these victims. He considers himself the guilty party there. He considers himself the source of that. And that is why he is Ludwig the Accursed. Yeah. Ludwig puts up a hell of a fight. However, there is a bit more to this fight than just that. And I'm hoping I can show it at some point. Yeah, the lyrics for his... Oh, the lyrics are amazing. So I'm just not going to talk. I'm just going to focus. Would you guys be upset with me if I summoned help on this fight? I don't think you would be, because the NPCs for this fight are really fucking cool. But I figured I'd ask. Because I can do it by myself. I actually have, on this channel, there's a video of me doing him, I think on New Game Plus. It's not that I need help, it's that I just don't want you guys to sit here watching me beat my head against Ludwig when, I know he's really creepy for a lot of you, and horror isn't all your thing, and Bloodborne is going to get very disturbing very quickly from here on out, so I would rather, sort of get through it as much as we can. But look, we can summon our friend Walter. Help me out, Walter. Oh, hold on a sec. I'll be right back, guys. Oh shit, no, I can't. My fingers get like really cracked and dry, and then one of them is like starting to bleed, so how apropos. I'll have to put a band-aid on it later. Falter has the same weapon we do. At least I can get a band-aid now. I don't have any of that, do I? Oh, I do. Okay. What I'm going to do... I can upgrade the whirligig, I think, a few more times. So I'm going to do that. So it's just a little stronger. I just need to do a little bit more damage. And I'm going to adjust my runes. $349. Let's see. Now it's 380. That's not bad. Better than what it was. We're so close to completing the full Akechi build. We just need one weapon. And we're so close to getting that weapon, you guys. Oh, okay, wait. Yeah, I'm gonna take a very quick break, like 5 minutes. My finger is not doing too well. Hold on. What's the okay, I'm going to briefly discuss a habit that includes mild forms of self-injury. So if that is something that is upsetting or even triggering to you, mute it now and I'll type in chat when you can turn it back on, okay? 3, 2, 1, please mute. I have a really bad nervous habit of chewing on my fingernails or on my cuticles. But instead of chewing on it, like I pull, and I pull, and I pull, and I tear, and then that often leads to them obviously bleeding and cutting open. And sometimes it can get so bad that I'm actually, I get mild infections on my fingers. And I don't know that I'm doing it until, this sounds really gross, I don't know that I'm doing it until I taste blood. And I've tried everything. I think the last resort I'm going to do is I'm probably going to have to buy like really thin, lacy gloves to cover my hands, so I can still do things around the house. Like I could still clean, I could still write, I could still like write by hand or type things up, but I can't actually chew on my fingers anymore. It's like I don't have I have nice opera gloves, but they're too thick and they kind of get in the way. So I need some nice thin black lacy gloves. So that's why my fingers are like this and why they're bleeding. And I noticed because when I shook my hand out because I was holding the controller really tight, I noticed that there was like just big wads of blood on 2 of my fingers. I'm like, okay, all right, we're done. Yeah, I've been doing it for years and years, and it's a nervous habit. Like, I don't know that I'm doing it. So. And it sucks, but, yeah. Well, thanks, you guys. Nail polish, yeah, nail polish only works for about 2 days, exactly. That's why I'm like, I want to find really pretty gloves that I can... I did find them, actually. I found a nice pair of them, but I really don't have money, period. But I also don't have money to spend somewhat frivolously on things like that. So that's another reason why I'm looking into getting on disability. Or I'm going to apply and try to, and I'm getting the paperwork and stuff together. Because, like, I can't work for several reasons. Alright. Oh, what? Jeez, okay. Alright, Ludwig, alright. Listen, Ludwig, I'm on your side. Oh, that's a good point, too. I didn't even think of that. That's a good idea, Kay. Thanks. Hello, Henriette. Let's go, babe. Let's try her. And see how she fares. Henriette's a fucking beast. She's probably gonna die though. Okay.
You were at my side all along.
I'm getting chilled.
My guiding moonlight.
I have goosebumps. Now it's Ludwig, the Holy Blade. This is how he used to be. This is the honorable Spartan that the Healing Church trusted. And that all hunters admire. This is how he's supposed to be. Now that he remembers what it's like to be human, the song swells with just pride and glory, really. He's the Holy Blade. Deepest respect for you, Ludwig. I always get chills when he okay, I'm probably gonna sound absolutely fucking nuts here. I have fought Ludwig easily over 100 times. Easily. Because I love fighting him. He's such a fun fight. Fun in the sense of to go from when he's in his beast form, where he's wild and thrashing and very unpredictable and very chaotic, to then the second phase transformation where he's standing up and it's like you're fighting a human. It's now you're fighting an enemy with intelligence and with brute strength, but with like elegance and precision and focus. And I also love fighting him because everybody needs help on Ludwig. Everybody does. No matter what, everyone needs help on him. He's no fucking joke on New Game Plus and New Game Plus, blah, 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 blah. So I fought him so many times that I have him down to like a science where I know when to dodge through his attacks. I know how to dodge through it. Anyway, the reason why I always get chills and like really worked up, and sometimes I've even teared up while fighting him, it's because let's take a look around. This is called the underground corpse pile. This is the source of the river of blood. This is where really all the piles and piles and piles of victims of the Healing Church, of the choir, of the plague, of the hunters, essentially don't literally amass, but the weight of their guilt, or the weight of their grief, the weight of their sins, I suppose you could say, is what made all of this. And this is where you find Ludwig. Ludwig is at the source of the river of blood, in the pile of corpses that he feels responsible for. So that's why, at first, he's Ludwig the Accursed. He thinks of himself as nothing more than a monster, nothing more than this unsightly, malformed, vicious, thoughtless beast. But if you go back, and if you want, you can, because I'm probably just going to go around getting a bunch of echoes so I can beef up the weapon we're about to get. So if you want to go back to when I first encounter him, the opening cutscene for him, it focuses not just on all the horrible deformities he has, but it specifically shows you a shot of his back where you can see the blade that he uses in the second form of his fight. It's still attached to him. He's just so far gone into his madness and into his grief that he doesn't even know that this blade that he loved, this blade that he cherished and that he wielded with pride and honor, is still there with him until you beat him into submission and he collapses in a heap, and then the blade falls off of his back. And that's why he says, "Oh, you were at my side all along, my true mentor, my guiding moonlight." And then he remembers that he's not a monster, he's not a beast, he's a hunter. He's a proud church hunter. And he stands up and he fights like a man. He fights like a warrior with that fucking sword. And then his name changes from the Accursed to the Holy Blade. So he remembers his true purpose, he remembers himself, he remembers what he was supposed to be, and so then he fights like a man. And the music changes too. The beginning, sinister and macabre and miserable, and a lot of the lyrics are just hunter, blood, like sanguine predator. I can't remember the name of hunter, but it's just like hunter's blood. It's just like a madness chant. And then when the Holy Blade theme comes in, it's the choir voices swelling up like so proud and glorious, and it's just in like the instruments, the brass instruments get so bombastic and loud, and it feels, I don't know how to describe it. I keep saying glorious, but that's really what it feels like. Like, wow, you're fighting someone who's a true fucking knight. Like, it's just raw, fascinating power, and we're fighting him. We're fighting a holy fucking blade, you guys. But Ludwig's not quite done yet. We can go talk to him. However, since he was a church hunter, I am going to do what I think Akechi would find the noble thing to do, and he would put on church garb. so that Ludwig may be a bit more comfortable or amenable to speak with us.
Tell me, good hunter of the church, have you seen the light? Are my church hunters the honorable Spartans? I hoped they would be.
He's asking what became of his church hunters. And we know the truth. We know what became of the hunters in the church and what use the church put them to. We know the truth, really, about all this. That's why we're in the nightmare. And Akechi, yes, he does decide the truth. Akechi does not look away from the truth of what the church did. He doesn't back down from that knowledge. He's pursuing the truth ruthlessly and dedicated. He is going to find out what caused all this. However, Ludwig is an innocent bystander, or perhaps an innocent perpetrator, we should really say. He was enlisted by the church hunters without full knowledge of what was going on. He was their fall guy, basically. And also, you can think in a way he was strong-armed into doing it. Because at this point, the beast plague was so out of control that the church basically said, go arm our citizens. Go make civilians into weapons of war. Go form a militia and then not tell... And then the church just didn't tell Ludwig all that they knew or why this was happening. They just said, here's a problem, go fight it, go fix it. And Ludwig did the best he could with whatever little knowledge he had. While also, he can't necessarily say no, that he's bound to the church. He can't turn his back on wanting to help people. So I think Akechi would realize that Ludwig wasn't a part of what the church was doing. And if he wanted his church hunters to be true and noble and just, then he will decide that the truth that Ludwig needs to hear is yes, they were.
Ah, good. That is a relief. To know I did not suffer such denigration for nothing. Thank you kindly. Now I may sleep in peace. Even in this darkest of nights, I see the moonlight.
And he's sleeping peacefully now. And he gives us the holy moonlight sword. An arcane sword discovered long ago by Ludwig. When blue moonlight dances across the sword and it channels the abyssal cosmos, its great blade will hurl a shadowy light wave. The holy moonlight sword is synonymous with Ludwig, the holy blade, but few have ever set eyes on the great blade, and whatever guidance it has to offer, it seems to be of a very private, elusive sort. And he's sleeping peacefully now. Even in this darkest of nights, I see the moonlight. Even in this hell, this by the way is called the underground corpse pile. Now he sees the moonlight. He sees his light. Guess who Akechi would consider his moonlight. This, by the way, this is the sword. This is Akechi. This, let me put on the clothes. This is it. This is the Akechi cosplay build that you're going for. Exactly, Blue. It's a good greatsword, you know. Pretty good standard. But I want you guys to look at this. That's his sword. This is the guillotine saber. This is the sword you want Akechi to go for if you're doing the Akechi cosplay build. You could probably do the boom hammer if you want. Yeah, it throws moonlight. It's hard to let me see if I can show you. A little flecks of light. I don't know if I'll do co-op on Ludwig just because he's so loud for you guys, and I don't want you to have to hear, like, the screaming. Like, the music is great, but you can just listen to the soundtrack on your own. Like, I wouldn't want to subject you guys to that. So, I might, Isn't it neat? Yeah, this is Akechi's favorite sword now. So we're gonna go with the Holy Moonlight Sword, now that we don't need Ludwig's Holy Blade anymore. And then maybe Whirligig. Whirligig's fun, but you guys seem to like the boom hammer, so yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go farm for the materials, which I know where to go for. I know where I have to go to get those kind of things, so don't mind me, you guys. Isn't it great? It's so fucking good. I didn't want to say anything about the sword when he started wielding it, because I'm like, it's cool. It's a cool friggin' blade. It's even cooler that you can wield it. And I was kind of worried if I kept doing co-op that you guys would see the sword and it would kind of lose the impact.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's, I love this sword. It's a good sword. Good sword, good blade. We're gonna use it for a bit. In fact, no. Let's use the boom hammer for a bit. Let's just sort of show this off a bit. Oh, there is actually, another boss around here that we can fight, and that will take us to meet Jorah, which was the guy who hangs out here, and he was using the machine gun on us all the way back when he first showed up at Old Yharnam. We can find a way to sneak in and talk to him. And that does require us to go through one boss. Which isn't so bad. I just hate fighting that boss, honestly. But I don't mind doing it. Oh, right. I forgot about this. Hold on again, guys. Sorry. I hope you're all having a good Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on what time it is where you are. Thanks for coming to hang out with me. We're getting close to the end of Bloodborne. Which is both exciting and sad, because I love this game a lot. I'm really happy you guys came to hang out while I streamed it. It really means a lot to me. And that even if the game isn't your thing, or if you're squeamish about horror, that you guys still gave it the time of day, you know, like that. That makes me really happy. Of course, you're welcome, Blue. It's nice to be able to hang out with you guys. Aww. You guys are so nice. Yeah, I can't blame you. I'm glad you do like it. I mean, even if it ends up not being, like, your favorite game or anything, it doesn't have to be, obviously. And then, like I said, sometimes these games just aren't for everybody, and that's totally fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that in the slightest. So that you guys gave it a chance just to watch me play it, that makes me very happy. Aw. Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to go back to playing Persona 5 Royal. So tomorrow's stream will be back on track. And then I'm going to be gone Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then I'll fit Bloodborne into what remains of Persona 5 Royal. Me too, Faith. Yeah, Bloodborne's clothes are gorgeous, and Soraya was right when she said Dark Souls has really, really, really good fashion-born choices. Or fashion Souls. Like, Dark Souls games, you can make... there's so many different armors and garbs you can wear in Dark Souls. I personally prefer how Bloodborne looks, but there's a lot in Dark Souls. Yeah, tomorrow at 12 noon, we're going to be streaming Royal. I'm going to go from like 12 noon Eastern to, sorry, I'm distracted. Noon Eastern to 6 p.m. Eastern. Hooray for the end of your finals! Where did it go? Oh. What are you doing, buddy? Good luck, Lala. Good luck to everybody who has finals and papers and what not to do, okay? Whoops. And doing a leap attack is so much fun. Yeah, that's 89 is B plus. Almost an A minus. Oh, I just realized there's like a whole section of Hemwick Charnel Lane I actually never went to. It wasn't plot relevant, so I just never did it. Yeah, the grading system in America is fucking ridiculous. Okay. Without blood gems, the Holy Moonlight Sword does 407 base damage already. For comparison, with gems, my Holy Blade did like 494. So the Holy Blade with stuff added to make it stronger was at that. This is just base damage. It's over 400. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have. I have 7 more bosses of the main game and DLC left. So I'd say probably another stream and a half. I mean, if I do a long stream on Sunday, I'll probably be able to finish it. That's not including Chalice Dungeon stuff, which that's fine. Or doesn't have to. $454 compared to $478. Let's go try it out. I think so. Keep an eye on the blog, Loki Arsene, or even her main blog, which is sapphire-weapon at tumblr.com. See what she says. She's been having a really rough time at work lately, so I don't know if she'll have the energy to stream. But hopefully she will. Yeah, that's why she had to leave the stream early. Like, I know she was having a really bad day today. And then she gets headaches. I get migraines, but she gets headaches. Like, stress headaches. So, that's why she had to go. Excuse me, sorry, excuse me, sorry, excuse me. Well, think of it this way, Faith. Pick a favorite game you have that you can stream, and just stream it. Rude. Aw, well, Resident Evil's tough, so it's okay. Man, I'm just coated in blood. What's that smell? It's blood. Must be a coward. Yeah, it's ridiculous how far away the Western release of Royal is. Like, Scramble comes out in Japan. Like, the Royal sequel comes out in Japan before Royal comes out here. God damn it. I just wanted your goodies, sir. I wanted to kill you and take your loot. Yeah, that's what they said. That doesn't mean that's actually accurate. Marketing lies all the time. It's very clearly going to be a sequel to Royal, like... No, they definitely did not say anything about it being in a different timeline. What they said on the first stream is Scramble is a sequel to the main story. Which, okay. People took that to mean, oh, it's not about Royal at all. What people aren't paying attention to is what Royal added into the main story. That is main story canon. And I'm not going to say it because we haven't gotten to it in our game yet. But Royal put something into the main story that is new, that needs to be expanded upon in a sequel. So what I think they meant is, well, it's not going to deal with what happened in the third semester. It's going to deal with what's left over from the base game, the main story of Persona 5. Well, that's called hearsay, and that's what you shouldn't do. Also, like I said, marketing, the marketing phase of any media is... They're deliberately meant to give you enough information to make you interested, but then also mislead you because they don't want spoilers leaking out, or they don't want to give too much away, because then why would anybody play the game? Like, that's just the marketing phase. It's also a reason why they've worked really hard to wipe out certain artwork and one certain specific location in Scramble, both of which have ties to Akechi. So, like, they've worked, actually both accidentally leaked, and they've been working like hell to just eradicate it from the face of the earth. And let me be clear, sometimes marketing media hype is not always lies in a disingenuous sense. So they're meant to misdirect and they're meant to mislead you because of people who might leak information out. Like, for example, it's happening in Star Wars. What's happening in Star Wars right now is there's so many quote-unquote leaks and spoilers getting out. But JJ said that, hey, we've been deliberately putting out fake information to confuse people so that the true spoilers don't actually get out there. Like, they do that for something like Star Wars, they do it on purpose. Like, for something, like, I'm not saying Persona is as big as Star Wars, but what they do, instead of putting fake leaks out there, they put misleading ones out there. I mean, no, I'm sorry. Instead of putting fake leaks out there, they just double back really hard and double down pretending like, no, this didn't happen. They're eradicating it from the face of the internet and just refuse to acknowledge it. I love Ray too. The Holy Moonlight Sword now does 507 damage. Oh, sorry, 504, and the whirligig does 308. Let's mess with this around a little bit. Raylo is very good. If you don't like Raylo when you're in the stream, I don't understand why, because it's an Akechi supportive stream, and Raylo is just male-female Akechi. Bam! I said it. I said what I said. I do not accept criticism or comments, because I don't care. But yeah, we're a beast. We're a beast. In fact, let's go around early Yharnam, just so I can feel like a big brave coward, while I just mow my way down through these jobber enemies. Not bad. The proper test, honestly, would be on something from the DLC. All you need to know is just Star Wars is just wizards in space. That's it. Star Wars is wizards in space. Don't take it too seriously. And there's a lot of people who take it way too seriously. And when I say take it too seriously, I mean people who go out of their way to dox and personally trigger and send anti-Semitic, disgusting content to Raylo shippers just because you don't like the Raylo ship. So when I say things like, if you don't like Raylo, get the fuck out of my stream, I'm not saying that as in like, I don't want to talk to another shipper who doesn't enjoy what I like me. It's like, hey, I don't want anything to do with these people. Also, I'm fucking tired of having to sit on the side and watch this gross shit happen to people I care about. Also, if you don't like Raylo, you got no fucking taste. So, ha! Just like if you don't like Akechi, you've got no fucking taste. And that's your business, you know? I'm not about to tell you, you know, what you can and can't like, but I am going to tell you that you have no fucking taste. If you can't enjoy a good rivalmance, then your life is an empty pisser. Man, I love the swipe of this blade. This is Akechi's true guillotine saber. Also, please understand that I'm being maybe like 12% serious. I was being serious when I said that Auntie's doxed and harassed and sent triggering anti-Semitic, Holocaust-laden images to people who are Jewish and like Raylo. I'm completely serious with that. The other stuff is just me being silly. The shu comes from the word for protagonist, which is what Akiden was called before he had an actual name. It also refers to shujin, which means prisoner. So it's taken from the word protagonist and prisoner and just added onto Akechi. Now this is Gascoigne's daughter's house. When I was exploring earlier, I came across this red ribbon. The thick, pungent red was drawn from the organs of some unfortunate victim. A strange choice indeed, but perhaps the messengers wearing this accessory constitutes a form of mourning. The oldest Gascoigne daughter said she was looking for her little sister, and her little sister wears a pretty red ribbon. A pretty white ribbon. She asked us, if you find any hint about her, please come tell her.
Oh.
have been. Any news of my sister? Oh, how did this happen? Why would she ever go outside? At least I'll have something to remember her by. It's a perfect ribbon. And now it's mine. I can't wait to try some. Oh, it's wonderful.
Here's the thing. This is the only house in the Red Moon state of Yharnam that has someone inside of it. This older sister only appears when you break the ritual's secret. Quote unquote, older sister. If I had gone back to talk to Gascoigne's daughter, you can time it a certain way. She'll ask, do you know of any safe places I can go to? And I can send her either to the clinic or to the church. And she says, thank you, Hunter. I love you almost as much as my mom and dad and granddad. She doesn't mention an older sister. So the fact that the daughter, the youngest, doesn't mention an older sister at all, that this girl only shows up when the moon is out and it's full and it's crazy and everything's weird, makes me think she's not really related to Gascoigne at all. That's not their older sister. I mean, that's not the oldest daughter. That's not the youngest daughter's older sister. I'm not saying she's not real, but I do think the fact that she is the only person we can talk to, because in the windows, or if we knock on all the doors, because if I went around and knocked on them all, they just say no response, no response. She's the only one who comes back. This is the only person, quote unquote person, who is here during the Red Moon. So I think, this is just my theory, it's not that this daughter isn't real, it's that our Hunter probably feels a tremendous amount of guilt for what happened to Gascoigne's family and to Gascoigne's daughter. And so they go back here and they're given a task saying, hey, can you find my little sister? She left home, I can't find her. So we're given a task to go try to find this little girl. We find her ribbon stained red. We bring it to the older sister, who says, oh no, I'm gonna miss her so much. And as we walk away, she's like, oh cool, this is mine now. So I think, and I'm probably overcomplicating it, but this is not a human being. And no, there is no way to see inside, unfortunately. But this girl's not real in the sense she's not actually the Gascoigne's daughter. She's a manifestation in the nightmare, because this Yharnam is a form of the nightmare. Brought about by the Hunter, our Hunter, fucking around with the Gascoigne family and feeling guilty about it. Also, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but these big guys, those enemies down there, they whisper to themselves. They say, so cold, dear sister. Which makes me think they're commenting about this girl, but why would the monsters know about her unless she was a monster too? So I don't think she's real. I think she's just a manifestation of guilt and grief on the Hunter's part. Because there really is no other explanation for why she's the only person who's fine during the Red Moon. She shouldn't be fine at all. She should be pretty fucked up. But she's not, which is suspicious. And I especially think this because when we go back, and I am going to go back, I'm going to load in and load out, we go back and there's something outside of the house that makes me think that she was never really there to begin with. So I'll do what I can to get it. But like I had said on another stream, there is actually a way to kind of have that be a quote-unquote happy ending. Because during the Red Moon, you can actually you can figure out a way to have both quote-unquote daughters be in the house together. I just can't remember the way to do it, and it's also... I also don't really like doing it, because since I'm so suspicious of the eldest daughter, I wouldn't... And if I think that she's like a monster of some kind, or just a manifestation of guilt and grief, I would not want the little girl to be trapped in that house with her. But if you look up any video about them on YouTube, like the Gascoigne family, you may be able to find out how people have managed to get it to work. I think I only got it once, and I still don't know what I did. Also, Miyazaki, the guy who made this game, he was originally going to have it set so the little girl, Gascoigne's daughter, did survive, and you would get to meet her in the Cathedral Ward. But some Sony exec was like, no, we can't do that. We can't allow that to happen. And so he had to change it. That could just be a joke. But there are times in these games where they have had children characters in it, and they've had to remove them. Because the way the engine is set up, that if you have any NPC you have, you can actually kill any NPC. So if they had a child NPC in the game, guess what people would try to do? They'd try to kill the kid. And they're pretty sensitive to that kind of stuff. There is one boss in Dark Souls 3 that actually had something completely removed from its fight. It's like an asset totally removed because it was just too much. There is a character in Demon's Souls that sounds like a total crackpot because she's talking about her child as if her child is standing right next to her, and there's nothing there. But if you go into the game's code, you find that, yeah, here's the code for her son, her baby. They just took it out because they didn't want people to kill the kid. So I think that's probably another reason why they ended up doing what they did with the Gascoigne family. Right, somewhere the only way is to never talk to the younger daughter. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to try that. When I do New Game Plus, I'll try that. She probably was a mean sister. But would meanness justify why she only appears during this hellscape nightmare of a broken ritual? Probably. I mean, I had some pretty mean siblings when I was younger and encounters with them. So that would make sense if they only manifested during a nightmarish hellscape. Can't do Broomhammer anymore, though I want to. Oh geez, everything needs repairing. Wait, what? Oh, I read that totally wrong. For some reason I read on the top right, required twin bloodstone shards. I read it backwards, and I thought it said, like, you only need, one. I don't know why. So I only got one, because I can only buy one. But I need 7 more, and I'm trying to remember where I can get them. Chalice dungeons. Well, I'm gonna do that off stream. We've been going for about 7 hours. It's been a really good long run. It's also 12:30, so I'm just gonna be doing some Chalice dungeon stuff, which is not going to be interesting. It's not lore heavy at all. So I would like to thank you all for joining us on today's stream. We did a lot. We killed a boomer. We killed Mikolash Cage, who's Maruki, so fuck you, Maruki. We killed... Who else did we kill? Ludwig. Poor Ludwig, we put him to rest too. We beat the Bloody Crow of Canehurst and set Burb Mom Eileen to rest. We put Ariana out of her misery with her creepy nightmare baby. We traversed the Nightmare Frontier. We got into a hilarious PvP with someone called Quantum Break and died hysterically. Abriatus, we made contact with Abriatus. We killed the Celestial Emissaries. Akechi went on a rampage through a horrific orphanage that looks like something that cognitive scientists would put themselves through, such as Wakaba maybe? Hint, 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 hint. If you're wondering where I got the idea from for Krakergaldir to put orphan experimentation in the fic, thank you, Bloodborne. So we've done a lot, and I'm really, really happy and glad you guys hung out with me today. Why would I consider that trash, Danny? I would not consider that trash at all. So, Hannah! So thank you guys for hanging out. Tomorrow at noon Eastern Standard, I am going to go back to streaming Persona 5 Royal. Yes, finally. Akechi's gonna take a break from Yharnam and the Nightmare and just hop back into his reality, and he's just gonna be like, y'all, I've seen some shit. I've seen some shit. Some shit has been seen. So, okay. I'm glad it was fun. I'm glad you guys came to hang out. I hope you all have a good evening, night, day, whatever time it is for you, and I will see you tomorrow.